Christians all over the world are celebrating Easter today as worship centers will be filled to the brim in celebration of the resurrection of Jesus Christ. The belief is that the remembrance of Christ's sacrificial love on the cross and his resurrection rejuvenate hope. In Nigeria, there will be celebrations even as the effervescence of the festivity will be everywhere. And also, Bola Tinubu, the president-elect, has admonished Nigerians to shun ethnic and religious strife for the country to attain prosperity faster. The president-elect, in his Easter message to Christians on Saturday, called on Nigerians to love their neighbors regardless of tongue, faith, and tribe. In the wake of the 2023 elections, ethnic slurs and divisive comments have dominated debates among members of different political parties on social media. Commenting on the situation, Tinubu urged Nigerians to recommit themselves to edifying and patriotic pursuits in the interest of the nation. And also, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, said ethnicity and religion are not the problem of Nigeria's development. The former vice president stated this in his message posted on his Facebook page on Saturday, commemorating this year's Easter celebration. According to Atiku, he urged leaders at all levels to follow the virtues that define this season: sacrifice, love, and charity, and also come together to help all Nigerians resolve the differences that divide us. I said Nigerians must collectively own their problems and also collectively find solutions to overcome them. And also, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has urged Nigerians not to despair in the face of tribulations and provocation, because Easter is about hope and promise for all who believe. He made the appeal in a message to Nigerian Christians celebrating Easter, as well as Muslims who are observing the Ramadan fast. A statement was made available to newsmen in Abuja on Saturday. Obi noted that Muslims are in the middle of their 30-day special prayers and fasting that will culminate in Eid al-Fitr, and said he is praying with them during the solemn period for a great and peaceful Nigeria ahead. Obi also wished all Christians a happy celebration and prays that the message and blessings of Easter will remain with them. The beneficiaries of the Easter free train service provided by the Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke have commended the governor for the opportunity, noting that the service has eased the movement despite the paucity of fund as a result of Naira redesign. The gesture is the first edition provided by Governor Adeleke of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, since he assumes office on November 27, 2022.
The experience from Lagos to Osun in this train is worthwhile, exciting, interesting, and a huge commendation to the governor of Osun State, Governor Ademola Adeleke, for providing free movement for people to come over from Lagos to come and celebrate the Easter Easter celebration with their friends, family, and relatives over here in Osun State.
The security is on ground. Everything is okay. No problem at all. The only thing that we need for this the maintenance of the road, and then they should be helping us to do at least to make this railway move forward.
Speaking, the coordinating director of the State Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Kehinde Odedira, attributed the success recorded so far to the sense of passion and love by the state government to its citizens.
The train is returning on 10th of April, Monday, 10th of April, 2023.
Meanwhile, 80 children between the ages of 12 and 17 were on a Friday morning abducted by bandits in Safel local government area of Zamfara State. According to reports, the children were abducted around 8 a.m. while fetching firewood in the bush. The assailants reportedly invaded the location, surrounded the children and marched them away into the forest. Some parents who spoke said the abductors are yet to contact them to make any demands regarding the kidnap. Meanwhile, 2 undergrounded female students have been reportedly kidnapped by bandits in Zamfara State when assailants stormed a female hostel of the Federal University, Gusau, Zamfara State on Sunday. Also, at least 33 persons have been killed in another attack on internally displaced persons camp at the LGEA Primary School in Yev Council Ward of Guma local government area of Benue State. Residents said that the armed man attacked the community around 9 p.m. on Friday. He also said a pregnant woman and her son were among those killed, while many people were injured. Similarly, the security advisor of the Guma local government council, Christopher Waku, confirmed that 33 persons were killed while over 40 others were injured. Waku said the people that were killed were also displaced from their various ancestral homes and were taking refuge at a classroom in Ngba.
This is not the first time this thing has been happening. We've been telling government. So I can't say because today it happened to but 2 of my children are involved. But it has been happening as a chief. Everybody here is my subject. We have been telling government. Even yesterday as we were sitting, we were not expecting this thing. It came on unexpectedly. Okay. So I can say it's their time.
I'm really shocked because I discovered after my wife was totally shut down. So when I came over, I learned that it was not only her, it was her and my elder brother's wife and my younger brother's child and many others in this community.
And the attackers came yesterday in the night while people were sleeping, and they decided to shoot sporadically on them. Some people were in the classrooms, some were sleeping in their houses. So they came and invaded the place. Although security personnel are here, but the ones are here are very few, and they can't contain people that came in number.
Yesterday, my brother was here, sitting around 8 o'clock. Then the herdsman came attack, and when he had a gunshot, he was about to run away. That's where the attack.
So
what did she say?
She said they jump inside the window. Then the process that they jump up, they know what happened to the child inside room, but then they jump up.
Which people jumped out?
He and his husband, she and her husband.
Fortunate, we are law-abiding citizens who will not be provoked to take arms against anyone who want the law to take its course. On my way here, I saw the condolence message of Mr. President, that it shouldn't just be a sending condolence message. His instruction to security agencies that these perpetrators, these terrorists, Fulani men, must be smoked out.
The President Muhammadu Buhari has condemned the use of terrorism as a tool in intercommunal conflicts, urging that the attackers be found and dealt with swiftly under the law. The President has also conveyed his grief and sympathy to families of those who lost their lives due to the attack in Benue State, in which tens of people were killed in the Mogidi community of Atenkpa Doka and Otopo local government area of the state. He directed the secret services, police and military commanders to enhance surveillance on every front and immediately review the security management in the affected areas. Over 2,000 internally displaced persons taking refuge in Daudu camp in Guma local government area of Benue State may be at risk of an impending health disaster unless the government takes necessary action to help obviate the looming epidemic. The IDPs appealed to government and other spirited individuals to assist them put things in place to avert possible epidemics. They say their camp lacks potable water, food, among other things, as they call for clearing of their latrines, which they say may have become a menace. Our correspondent Francis Starr visited the IDP camp and has the report.
Daudu IDP camp is about 15 kilometers from Makurdi, the state capital, and has over 2,000 displaced persons residents in the camp due to armed herders' attack for over 4 to 6 years. Currently, the camp is without potable water, as the only source of clean water, a borehole dug for them by government and other humanitarian bodies, is no longer working, making the people now resort to fetching water for their domestic use from an unsafe shallow well a little distance from the camp. One of the IDPs say many families are becoming worried as children and elderly are falling ill.
The borehole, many of them are not working now. The ICRC, which is the Red Cross, their borehole was using it, but for now, this is almost 1 month now. The borehole is giving us a problem, and we're not able to get clean water to drink. That is why if you can see our mothers, our sisters trying to fetch a dirty water here, and this is the only source of water for us now to drink. So we face a lot of the challenges in the IDP camp.
While explaining that the situation in the camp is getting worse due to feces littered over the camp, they appeal to the government and other spirited individuals to rally around them before the unfortunate happens in the camp.
All the toilets we have here in the camps, almost all of them has food. If you can go around here, anywhere you try to move now, you discover a sheet. And this sheet now, the fry used to sit on it and still go back to and sit on our food again. Well, immediately, that is why you can see almost all our children crying, crashing their body, fever, and whatever, which we don't even have a hospital to take care.
Meanwhile, they expressed appreciation to some agencies like the Red Cross who have been of assistance providing water for the camp.
Following the recent suspension of the national chairman of the Labour Party state chairman across the country have passed a vote of confidence on the national chairman of the party, national chairman, Barrister Julius Abure, reiterating their support to his leadership. The chairman, who converged in Benin City, the Edo State capital, noted that the alleged suspension of Abure is null and void as it did not follow the Labour Party constitution that provides the SEC in council the power to suspend or pass vote of confidence on the national chairman.
This is the first time in the history of our democracy for us as a party to be able to change the political narratives. And that is why the opposition party is not happy. Today, I want to say clearly that even though I have not been served with the so-called order that they said they procured, I'm baffled by the orders. Because looking at what was reported, one takes aback as to how such an order can be granted.
Today, we have again reaffirmed our confidence in the leadership of our national chairman, Barrister Julius Abure, that is the man who had stood his ground to take this party from the level where the fire was almost gone off it. But we are here now with the party aglow, and we thank him for the resilience he has shown in making sure we get to where we are.
Just recently, about a few days ago, we're all aware that a kind of injunction, a kind of restriction was taken against principal officers of our party. We believe that this does not follow the due process of law. Because in our constitution, in Section 36 of the Constitution, and other stand laws in the land, guarantees that when somebody is accused of any offense or anything, the persons will be given fair hearing, which is one of the pillars of justice in the country. This is contrary to natural justice. And that's why we chairmen came together today to solidarize with our national chairman and say that whoever has taken such decision anywhere, that's an aberration of the constitution of Labour Party.
Meanwhile, a former judge of the International Court of Justice and a former Attorney General of Nigeria, Bola Ajibola, has died at the age of 89. Ajibola, the founder of Crescent University at Abeokuta, died on Saturday midnight after a long-time illness as a result of old age. The eldest child of the late jurist, Segun Ajibola SEN, disclosed this in a statement early today. He wrote, "With a very deep hurt and gratitude to Almighty Allah, our dad, Prince Bola Ajibola, departed this world over the midnight. May Almighty Allah bless him with our Jannah Fidels." An Osun State High Court sitting in Osogbo has restrained the People's Democratic Party from forging ahead with the conduct of its proposed Congress, pending the determination of a substantive suit before it. In a suit, Segun Ojo and other PDP members had on Thursday sought an order of interlocutory injunction restraining the party and their agents, service privates, or any other persons acting through them from conducting Congress into the 118 outstanding wards in the state. They also sought the order of the court to restrain the party from conducting congresses to fill all local government areas and states, which have already been fixed to commence on the 27th of March and April 17th, pending the determination of an originating summon before the court. The PDP and the caretaker committee chairman, Akindele Adekunle, are the defendants in the suit. Meanwhile, prices of essential commodities in the open market have continued to skyrocket and seem to be above the reach of the common man. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Edoku visited some markets in Lagos and brought back the reports.
Our first port of call is the live chicken and ram section of the popular Idumoto market in Lagos Island. It is void of the unusual human traffic situation occasioned by Christians trooping in and out to buy one item or the other ahead of Easter celebration. From live birds and goat section to perishable goods such as tomato, pepper, onions, etc., we met the traders practically lying idle. They had little or no customer to attend to.
Nobody go buy as they waka inside market, nobody they follow buy. That's why market they do sell. Market no day at all. Market no day. And they carry waka too much. Market no day. You know day at all. That's what they do now. Because market too cost.
Okay, no move at all. I thank God. They say some more. Everything the quite the bring and also the whole lot. No so. Making as some more.
People know they come like last year. But alhamdulillah, small, they are coming to buy the chicken. But even the fries is not the same with that last year.
A little down the road is another section where gari, rice, beans, and other edible items are sold. The story isn't different. The traders also decry low patronage and high cost of goods.
Everything costs. Kò sówó ẹ bá wa bẹ̀ ìjọba kó bá wa sọ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ kí gbogbo nǹkan less kò sówó tá fẹ́ fi rà ọjà tún wá wọ́n ebi ń pa gbogbo aráàlú kọ́lọ́n bá wa sọ gbogbo ẹ̀dẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ.
Something when you are selling something last year 2 naira, this year you are selling 5 naira. Last 2 years ago you are selling this pigeon 3,000, 2,500. By this year you are selling 4K, 3,500.
Something cost this year. No money to buy itself as it costs. The Rika rice there is not 500, 400. This year 700, 600.
They call on the federal government to come to their aid and address issues affecting the economy.
May government help us. May them help us because all the thing where we they sell now, then just they put money, the thing just they go up, and no money to buy it. When we come market today, the price where we buy market today, if you come tomorrow, and we just put money again. So may them help us, we need help. May they help us. Everybody they para. May they help us.
Despite the worrisome scenario, these traders are still hopeful of better days ahead. Love Ikuku Oyedokum, Plus TV News.
A bill to prevent Nigerian trained medical and dental practitioners from being granted full licenses until they have worked for a minimum of 5 years in the country has passed second reading in the House of Representatives. While leading the debate on the general principles of the bill, the sponsor, Honorable Ganiyu Johnson, says the bill seeks to address the high numbers of cases of Nigerian trained medical doctors leaving the country for greener pastures and its implication on the quality of health services in the country. Plus TV Emmanuel Eyijene completes the report.
With Nigeria's healthcare system plagued by a massive brain drain with the mass exodus of medical doctors and other skilled workers, the House of Representatives passed for second reading a bill to stem the worrisome tide. Honorable Ganiyu Johnson, who raised the motion, expressed concern that it is only fair for medical practitioners who enjoyed taxpayers' subsidies on their training locally to give back to society by working for a minimum of 5 years in the country before exporting their skills abroad.
Yes, we are not saying you cannot go abroad to make your money, but if government has subsidized your tuition, okay, I mean, to the tune of 40 to 150,000, the least we can get from you is that after your husbandship, before you are given full license, before you are given full license, before you are given full license, at least you can give back to the society within a period of 5 years.
Members, while acknowledging the negative effects medical brain drain is having on the healthcare sector, also raised some concerns as imposing such restrictions on the doctors will amount to interfering with the free will of intended medical practitioners to choose where to practice.
Abroad is very expensive, but here in Nigeria, the government is investing so much money and at a subsidized rate. So this bill is timely. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. In fact, at the public hearing level, I will make an input personally.
The issue we're trying to cure is the brain drain. And that in itself, in my own opinion, Mr. Speaker, I think is a catch-22 situation that we're in now as a country. Do we try to restrict these people and impinge on their own fundamental human rights? Or do we start to provide for the resources that we need to apportion more resources to the medical profession?
Before calling for a voice vote on the proposed bill, the Speaker, Femi Gbajabiamila, informed lawmakers on Section 45, subsection 1 of the Constitution, which has a provision for setting aside the fundamental rights of any individual for the sake of the greater good.
To deviate from fundamental human rights under certain conditions. If you have your Constitution, go to 45.1. And one of those conditions is where it concerns public health. It's specifically written there, public health, 45.1. So if the government or we feel that to safeguard public health, this restriction should be put, then we have not violated anybody's fundamental human rights.
The bill was passed and read the second time before it was referred to the House Committee on Healthcare Services for further legislative action.
And to other parts of Africa, 44 people have been killed after 2 deadly attacks in northern Burkina Faso on Thursday. Officials have announced the twin attacks happened in the villages of Korako and Tondobi in the Sahel region near the Niger border. No group has admitted to carrying out the attacks, but jihadist violence is common in the area, and officials have blamed the armed terrorist groups. Militant groups linked to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State are known to operate in the regions. Thousands of people have been killed during the crisis and more than 2 million people have been displaced. The violence has led to significant political turbulence in the country. And outside Africa, Pope Francis earlier led the world Roman Catholics into Easter at a Saturday night vigil, Mass in St. Peter's Basilica, decrying the icy winds of war and other injustices, and also encouraging his listeners to turn to God to overcome a sense of helplessness. The 86-year-old Francis skipped an outdoor event on Friday night because of unseasonable cold temperatures in Rome. Francis appeared to be well during the Easter Vigil service, during which he baptized 8 adult converts to Catholicism. He did not show any sign of discomfort. And an Italian tourist has been killed and 7 other people injured in a suspected car ramming attack near a beach in Tel Aviv. Italy's foreign ministry said Israel had identified the man killed as Italian citizen Alessandro Perini, who is 36 years. And moving on to entertainment, an account shared by Kim Kardashian and her oldest daughter, North West, has been temporarily banned from TikTok. The swiftly done action was discovered on Thursday, March 6th, after social media users posted pictures showing the page had been blocked. TikTok features a restricted version with added privacy and safety safeguard for users under the age of 13. And finally in sport, Israel Adesanya has reclaimed the UFC middleweight title from Alex Pereira in the main event of UFC 287 at the FTX Arena in Miami, Florida on Sunday morning. Adesanya suffered a controversial point loss to Alex in their first fight, a kickboxing match. In their rematch, also in kickboxing, Adesanya was leading but was knocked out. In November, in their first MMA clash against Adesanya was the word, but he was beaten in the final round. After 7 years in which they have fought 4 times, the last star bender finally gets his win over Alex Pereira. And that's the news break. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
totally different episode. We're somewhere in Lekki. As you all know, I am a veteran Nigerian musician, and I am about to shoot the video of my latest song titled Notice. I will take you around the activities, the director, the cast, the people, the models, the concept of the video, and everything. If you're ready, Zaki Adze, song title Notice. Let's go there. And now, I will introduce you to some of the cast on this video as we go on. This is the main room. This is where people are seated. This is Tay right here. Say hello to the camera. Hello. Tay is the one in charge of everything, you know. This is Zara. Zara, stand up. Don't be like Tay that is sitting down. Say hello.
Hello.
Yes, Zara is my daughter. She's my first daughter, and she's going to be dancing for the first time on my video. You might get to see her on the video. That is if she dances well. If she doesn't dance well, she's been disturbing me. Daddy, I want to dance in your video. Okay, she's here now. If her dance is good, you will see her. If her dance is not good, I won't use it. Thank you. And here is Ben. Ben is what we call in Hausa Sarkingida. Yeah. Okay, and we have here Josh. Josh is my friend and my bro. He's my promoter. He's not my promoter yet. He has not given me any show. He's still talking. So he's not my promoter yet. But he's also on the set of this wonderful video shoot. Say hello.
Hi everyone.
Okay, hi everyone. And this is Jamal. Jamal is an upcoming artist who likes to chew bitter leaf a lot. But he's also on the set of this song, Notice, and he's going to be doing a lot of things. So if you see anybody wrapped up like those Arabian people, just know it's Jamal.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Bye. Okay, we have some ladies here. They're not complete yet, but Avatar here.
Hi.
Is an international model who flew all the way from Dubai just for this video shoot. And, well, you will see her perform soon. Talk is cheap. Say hi.
Hi.
Okay. And right here we have, pardon? L. Yes, L is also going to be on the video. L is Jamal's sister. And she's our special guest here today. And then we have, you're supposed to stand actually, but no. Can you stand a bit? Sorry, they are doing makeup. Yeah, I wanted her to stand so that you see her height. Yeah, she's also on the video set. They are making up now. Just so that you know that they are beautiful even without makeup. You see, they have not done their makeup, but they are still looking fine. Say hello again.
Hello.
Okay, and this is the makeup artist. Makeup artist, what's your name?
Fumilola.
Fumilola is the makeup artist. She's the one making them beautiful. You can see she's mixing. Camera, show this concoction. You see what she's mixing in her hand. Say hello.
Hello.
All right. Okay, right now, yeah, that's all her concoctions. There's Agbo here. There's Bogidi. I don't know whatever they are mixing, but it looks good at the end. Okay, I will take you to meet the director. The director is Matt Max. I'm sure he's arranging his equipment somewhere downstairs. Let's go there. So, let's go. Wow, I love this painting. This looks like a hunter. There are just too many beautiful paintings here. Check this one. Isn't this obvious? He gave to his disciples bread and said, take this and eat. This is my body that will be given up for you. He also gave them wine and said, take this and drink. This is my blood that will be shared for the life of the world. All right, let's go. We talked just 30 seconds with the director to find out his concept about the video and Watagwan, you know. This is the director, Matt Max. What's the concept of this video?
Well, we are trying to be artistic about the video. We are going all artistic. So,
all artistic.
Yeah, artistic. From the costume to the acts to the camera movement, everything is going to be
artistic. Yeah. All right, you heard it from the boss himself, Matt Max.
Yes.
Talk is cheap, seeing is believing. We'll
Yes,
see it
we
soon.
will.
Yes. Those are all the crews on set. There's one other person there, camera. Yeah, Innocent. Okay. All right. And this is a nice spot. I just thought that you should see this. It looks like a lounge. It's a beautiful place. I don't know what the director intends to do though, but let's continue. We're still expecting a lot of people. We're still expecting like 10 more people on set. EXO is on his way. EXO is the artist that I featured on the song. There is also, apart from EXO, the producer who produced the song Notice. His name is Trent. He's also on his way. We're also expecting some Nollywood stars, just friends that are just coming to show their support. We'll keep you posted as time goes on. If you're ready, let's go there. Okay, open up. Yes, Saki Azizisu. Okay, I just finished my fourth scene on the video. Like I said, song title, Notice. Zaki Aze featuring EXO.
EXO.
So this is the EXO that we've been waiting for, who have been delaying us. It's the one I featured on the song.
Yes, boss.
Say something.
Man, more fire 2020, man.
More fire 2020.
No Fugazi.
That's how Star do.
Yeah, that's the EP name, No Fugazi. Watch out, EXO.
And the producer is here too. This is the guy that actually produced the song. They all work hand in hand. These two people. This is Trent, the baddest producer, the illest.
Yeah, watch out 2020, coming fire.
Tell them that you promised to give me another new beat.
Yeah, we're working on like
and
so many songs.
No, say it later, yeah.
No, he's going to pay for it.
Okay, that was Trent. And this is EXO.
Notice.
And we also have the drone guy here. Excuse me. This is the drone pilot. Yeah, he looks like Bonner Boy, you know. But he's a drone pilot. We have a lot of space upstairs. This is like a 5-story building. We'll go on the roof, and this drone man. What's your name again?
Amy Fresh.
Okay.
Drone pilot.
Yes, we hope you are a good pilot.
Yeah, sure. When I kill it.
Okay. The making of the video Notice by Zaki Aze featuring EXO. Is it Excel or EXO?
EXO.
Why did you say Excel now?
EXO.
Are you mistaking your name? Okay, guys. Peace. Let's go there. Take notice.
Sounds so amazing.
For my people, take notice. Haka. Zaki Aze. Okay. Zaki Aze. Song title, Notice. Watch out for this song. It's coming out soon. As directed by Matt Max. Let's go there.
Many people will vex on me. I don't tire to make more enemies. When you're alone, I struggle to make more money. Anointing water, Agaba,
Yes, we're still on the set of Zaki Aze, and we've been working. We started 8 a.m. I've lost count of how the scenes, but this is another scene. You can see a lot of people gathered here, and a top international model, Avatar. I don't want to mention the name of these guys. The director is here. Sorry, we have to leave. We're just going to continue, and I'm sure we'll come out. At the end of the day, you like what you see. Keep your fingers crossed. Notice. The song is Notice. Go out there, get the song, get the video, vote for the video. This is for the Headies Award, obviously. Hakka.
I struggle to make more money. Okay, really? Something else. People may be talking my matter. Something else is hanging about you. When I enter the show, I just got
Take notice.
Sounds so amazing.
For my people, take notice. Haka. Zaki Aze. Zaki everywhere. Zaki everywhere. People they be talking my matter. Some say I be sunny abacha. When I enter the show, I just scatter. Oh yeah, still on the video shoot. It's been 8 hours now running. We've had different scenes, and as you can see, this is not even her first scene. This is Miss Hot Legs Nigeria, and we are proud to have her on the scene. She's done her first scene. She's about to go for the next scene. We still have Avatar here too. And we are making progress. Maybe by tomorrow morning, say like 4 a.m., 5 a.m., we should be done with this video shoot. The song is Notice. Make sure you get a copy once it's out. Make sure you patronize this song. It has a lot of messages. Notice. Well, let me not let the cat out of the bag. Let me hear what the Queen has to say about Notice. How do you feel being here?
I feel so good. It's been nice. I've met people. I've learned a lot. It's so good to be here. I feel so nice to be here.
Hey, she feels so nice to be here. Okay, we're not going to ask her to Zanku on set because, you know, the royalty has his own dance. It's just like what Avatar is wearing now. It's royalty, you know. So even if she's going to dance, she will just do boom, boom, boom. You know, no Zanku. Are you stressed?
I'm not.
Are you sure?
Yes.
But I heard you were crying backstage.
No, I'm not. I'm fine. Well, it's nice to be here. My name is Avatar, super model, international model. And we are here at Notice video shoots by Zaki Aze. And I'm so glad I'm part of the model on set. So you guys just relax, follow the YouTube, patronize the song, get your video. You know, it's awesome.
Thank you. Patronize me. I want blue. Thank you very much. Let's go right now and see what's going on. A lot of things are happening downstairs. She's going for her second scene. Avatar is also going for her own. And we'll keep you posted. All right. See you. Let's go there.
Notice.
Sounds so amazing.
All my people, take notice. Haka, Zaki Aze. Zaki everywhere. Zaki everywhere. People they be talking my matter. Some say I be Sani Abacha. When I enter the show, I just scatter. Money everywhere. All my people they hail me. Don't get time for thinking it, nana. The reason because I know just low. Abuna chicken gida. Agaba idu. Agaba. Abuna chicken gida. Agaba. Water, pour me anointing water, pour me anointing water, anointing water.
Okay, finally. It's very late right now. We started very early this morning and somehow it's a wrap. We've come to the conclusion of the shoots of the song Notice by Zaki Adze. It was a wonderful shoot. The director did very well. The models did very well. Everybody's happy, and we are happy. You can see everybody's tired. See? This one has been crying backstage. And these two here were the most troublesome on set. Yeah, so far. These ones were very hardworking. Plus that one, very hardworking. That's Exodia. This is Exo here, doing what he knows how to do best.
Yeah, my daddy.
Yes, he's the most. Anyway, Abarkaza Gashita. Yeah, and that's Tadia. Tay, my sister, who is in charge of arrangements. She did only one scene, the party scene, but everything you see here, plus the food, plus everything, she's in charge. Logistics, yeah, she's Madam Logistics. And my daughter Zara here did so well. She did more than we expected. Yeah, she's trying to beat me in the game, but she has more work to do.
Take notice.
This sounds so amazing.
For my people, take notice. Haka. Zaki Adze. Zaki everywhere. Zaki everywhere. People they be talking my matter. Some say I be Sani Abacha. When I enter the show, I just scatter. Money everywhere. All my people they hail me. Don't get time for thinking it, nana. Everything because I know just you. Abuna chicken gida. Agaba idu. Agaba. Abuna chicken gida. Agaba idu. When yo Allah na, them go they love me. When yo Allah na, them go they love me. Many people where they vex for me, them go they love me. I don't tire to make more enemies, them go they love me. When yo Allah na, them go they love me. I dey struggle to make more money, them go they love me. Inna zamude dunia. Inaza muje haka dunia. People they battle to make money. Me and they jolly they throw party. See I don't become a born again. Morning afternoon I just they pray. Holy anointing water. Pour me anointing water. Pour me anointing water. Oh. Pour me anointing water. Anointing water. Agaba idu. Abuna chicken gida. When yo Allah na, them go they love me. When yo Allah na, them go they love me. Many people where they vex for me, them go they love me. I don't tire to make more enemies, them go they love me. When yo Allah na, them go they love me. I dey struggle to make more money, them go they love me.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n pariwo, all the money I could see Olúwa show me all these bad enemies they no fit to catch me Now only talk where them go talk, them no fit spoil my own spoil my own I like it the life way I'm living. Abuna chicken gida. And all of my guys they be balling. Abuna chicken gida. Agaba I'm spending my dollar $1 million Abuna chicken gida.
When yo Allah na, them go they love me. When yo Allah na, them go they love me. Many people where they vex for me, them go they love me. I don't tire to make more enemies, them go they love me.
This country needs unity. We need peace.
I'm all for renegotiating the terms of our coexistence. We have to renegotiate it.
The youth have been misguided, unfortunately. You know?
I like my country. I like the land and people.
Hey, look, I have 40% shares in this company. But if I had known that you...
Judges are either corrupted or they are afraid of giving judgment.
There's no stopping now. No stopping.
But government requires more revenue to make sure that these initiatives...
Give us a better Nigeria! Give us a better...
Youth are the vehicles of change. The youth are the answer.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Money drama. So I ask, do women and men view money differently? Is the attitude to money gender specific? When it comes to money, what is the best practice? Well, we shall be finding out as my sisters and I, Adesua, Saudat, and Fumigombe, our guests today, discuss money when we come back. I am Fumi Oyetunji, and this is The Lounge. Welcome to TW Conversations, where we discuss burning issues. We'll see you after the break.
I don't know if you guys noticed. When I was coming on set, I took a glass of water. These girls don't understand. It's getting hot in here. We're talking money. Because when it comes to money, all our ears perk up. We want to earn it, but how do we do it? But I'm more interested, and Fumi is the guru in the house. We all accept it, Abi. Those that know, this woman, how many years of experience? It's even in your book.
Thank you.
It's true now.
Let me tap anointing.
I tap. Won't you tap?
Thank you. So when it comes to money, there's the opening of the chapter on financial planning
Please,
and
it's
wealth.
your book. Please look at it. It's
Yes,
the book.
it's the book.
A Conscious Life, Navigating Critical Stages and Aspects of Life Successfully. We have an author in the house.
Written by me, and chapter 5 is about finance and wealth creation. And the chapter starts with, money answereth too many things. It might be true that money cannot buy happiness, but the fact that having enough of it affects so many aspects of our lives makes it a critical part of a consciously lived life. Everybody will agree with me that money is that important. It is important from a very pragmatic aspect. You know, it's not about worshiping money. And yes, all our happiness is not dependent on money.
For me, as you're assuming that we agree with you. Me, I don't believe money is important.
Okay.
I don't believe money is important.
You just tell me the aspect of your life and then I'll help you along.
Okay. Well, money is a means to an end.
It is? That's why it is important.
It's a means to an end. So I'm not going to make it the whole essence of my life. I don't care if I have money or not.
We don't want you.
Are you sure, Auntie?
We don't want you.
Are you sure?
Choices, options.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. It gives you standing in the society, any society. It doesn't stand alone, but it is very, very important.
Maybe we should be defining how important, okay, I'm sorry I'm doing this. You know why? To me, people are too focused on making money in Nigeria today. Look at this young woman.
So we don't want to worship money.
No, look at this young woman. No. Okay, I don't know. Look at it. Fumi is laughing. Fumi is what the Yorubas call Onokon Waja, but experts like this say is what?
It's called multiple streams of
income.
income.
Thank you.
No, tell us what you do.
Because she has a day job and she
have
has
a
a side work.
Oh, that's the one they call it.
It's a hustle.
So multiple streams of income, important.
No, but okay, tell me about this two-side life that you have now.
Okay, I do have a day job, a 9 to 5. However, I also take care of children at weekends. I'm a nanny. I call myself the chief nanny at weekends. Apart from the fact that it earns extra income for me, it's actually a passion that I'm pursuing. You know, I love children. You know, and then I decided that, okay, why not care for children at events? And yes, so I'm doing something that I love, and at the same time, I'm earning from it.
But, I don't know about that. Is it good to do something? Anyway, let me not take over this conversation. I'm just worried because...
No, but let's look at NGOs, social enterprises. They're doing it for a cause, they have social impact and all that, but they're well paid for it. Very well paid for it. Yeah.
So let's not digress from the import of money. I'm the first to say we should not worship money.
Maybe you should define...
And it cannot be the whole essence, like you said, of a life. It's a byproduct of the essence of a life. But it is a byproduct that is very important.
Okay, you know, you said in your intro something about do men and women view money differently? Because I always, you see, we are raised with the perception that men take care of the home. I mean, in terms of they pay school fees, do all of that thing. So we don't need to earn as much as the men. So our attitude to money is different.
You just played that out now. You started with money is not important.
Yeah, but isn't it possible? I just feel like it's not because my husband can afford it.
Exactly. Even when women, it's cultural. It can be cultural, acculturization, where the female is not so gung-ho about making money because she feels somebody else is doing it. And men, no, they have to, because society has given them the responsibility of catering for their family. So that might be at the root of the fact that men and women view or have a different attitude to money.
So you agree that men and women view money differently?
They do. Well, I don't know, really. There was this stats that was quoted on social media during this week. They talked that when a woman makes money... It's a UN stats. When women make money,
about 90% of what they make is spent on the family. And,
That's even generous. 90, I think it was 99.
And so, and the girl asked that, what do guys spend their money on? Then all the men on the thread said, women. Where else do we spend our money on? So we actually see things, almost, we spend it on the same thing, but the proportion is different, because I don't know how you say a woman, yes, if you train a woman, you train but when a man and a woman have money, the man is going to spend money. If he's not spending on his wife, he's spending on his side chick. If they're spending on the same thing,
Okay,
the priorities are different.
Before we go in that direction, so I can prefer why men are different in terms of, she's just described it. 99% of our money, or female money, gets spent on family and food and children, while men are more strategic about their spending. They make money, but we've also put the responsibility of finding a home on them. So he knows either he has to build a house or he has to pay the rent.
Yeah.
He has extended family that they expect him to look after. So the men are pragmatic and strategic in the way of, you know what, when I get that pay...
Can we be like that?
We can.
Some women are like that.
Some women are, sorry, some women are like that, exactly. Even in today's homes, well...
In the young homes.
I don't know about that. Okay, but you find that some women are earning a bit more than their husbands, you know, and they've had to take that strategic outlook, yes, on how to spend the
and
money.
Multiply
yes,
the money.
Absolutely. You know, so
it depends on the role you're giving in a family.
Yes.
So it's a question now of, is it who earns it? Well, first of all, I think we've all agreed here that perspectives change, and it's almost like it's cultural.
The import of every one of us taking money seriously is actually about planning it. And we were talking about the role you're giving in the family is what helps you to be strategic or not.
No, who gives you a role? Is it by virtue of what you were raised to be, or by virtue of...
There's culture, you can assume it, but you can also unlearn what culture placed on you and become more strategic and pragmatic about money. And this discussion should be about getting more people on board to be pragmatic.
Okay.
Yes, I believe so. In the first place, I think, I should ask you, I think that when people are financially independent, it contributes to their confidence.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Whether it's a man or a woman.
Your confidence, your standing in the society, you know, everything. It gives you options.
I don't want to use the word power, but in the end, it is power.
It is power.
Okay, aren't we having problems now these days? We say men are the ones that are the primary providers. So culture has made it that way, and therefore they are more pragmatic about making money. Yes. When the shoe is turned on the other foot, because what you find that since Beijing, a lot of us are going out, we're working, we're earning money, and when we make the money and we have more than our husband, isn't that a trouble too?
Why?
It should not be a problem.
But isn't it? Is the question I'm asking. Doesn't it create? I can give you stories. In fact, I'm sure you can.
I can give you stories on the other
side too. On the other side too. When the man makes the money and we don't see it.
No, apart from that, even though you don't see it, some men make the money and they turn their wives into slaves.
Yes.
So it's not about when a woman makes money, she becomes the Lord. It's the person's character.
On the other hand, can I also say that because, well, I don't earn more than my husband, but I've always been a
very
substantial
contributor to
and I think it's about the confidence of the man you're with.
Thank you.
Exactly.
I think you just hit the nail on the head,
That is all there is. When a man is confident in his role and position in the family, and I always say to men, it's a shame if you're living with somebody who can be a good earner and a helpmeet in financial situations, and you don't take the advantage of it. It's a shame, and it's a waste. Because what, like the Bible said, what two can do, two strong financial heads can do, is much more than what one is doing.
You know, I think Saudat made a point there, which I would like you to speak to. That it depends on the character of the person. Because you must understand that if, for example, I know a friend who, her husband was out of a job, right? And she is a caterer. She used to go out to work. and she will go to cook and everything. She comes back and she still does the work at home after going at home. There was a day her son had homework. It was raining. She had gone to go and do some catering job and came back. She came back. The man didn't get up to help her. She came back and the son had homework and the guy says, aren't you going to help your son to do the homework? And she burst into
Of course.
to quarrel and a fight. Look at you, sitting down there doing nothing.
Yeah.
He went to report her that the woman is insulting him because he doesn't have money.
Culture.
Yeah, not only culture and the circumstances. That's another issue. You see, sometimes we cross the matter of money with other matters. The fact that a man is unkind to his wife, whether he has money or he doesn't have money, he can be kind, he can be unkind.
But isn't it easier?
By the way, you know, that woman was frustrated and she had come back, she was tired, and this man was actually the one that had the first lunge into her. Won't you? You know, so I think we always use other matters to kind of cause trouble for money and who earns money, who controls money. Just because in our culture for a long time, the men made the money and they controlled the money.
Well, ladies, I must take a break.
Okay. It might not even be true because our old mothers were traders.
When we come back, but the truth is there's drama in money, Sha. There's drama in money. So let's take a break. There's drama in money. We'll be right back. Well, as we come back, we promised ourselves that we'll talk about the drama in money. And I think I want to start from Fumi Event Nani. Not Fumi. Because Fumi, I talked to her some time ago and she was telling me about how she went to the wedding and then the kids were just running all over the place. The daddies were confused. The nannies were confused. That was what set up what you're doing. But you see, where I'm going to is a function of men and women think differently. If it was a woman that was left to look after those children, she won't be as helpless as a man is. So we view money differently, and so we act towards money differently. And that's what causes the drama.
The drama. I totally agree with you. Yes, we do act differently to the perception of money. You know, you said something that in Nigeria today, people we're focusing more on earning more money. And why is that? Perhaps because there's a lot of pressure sometimes on people. You have a lot of extended family problems, you know, and so you feel like, you know what you're earning at the moment is not sufficient.
There's a need to always
earn more.
And that puts pressure.
You know what, aside from that, I actually recall a friend of mine saying that it's probably even spiritual as well, because the Bible says that, yes, this was her own analogy. She was like, the Bible says that you should replenish, you should be fruitful. So when you've earned, you know, there's always an urge to want to do more, to earn more. You've earned 10 million today and you're like, I should be able to earn much more than 10 million.
Are we putting ourselves under more pressure?
Sometimes I think
social media makes that.
Yes.
Our mothers have been earning money forever, even more than our fathers. We have a lot of people that their mothers was one that paid school fees and house rent and stuff and kept quiet. Some of our mothers that own large shops and they will just be there. And everybody would think that, if this man, and now you think he's the husband that you do something. But it's just now that a lot of women, because we watched those women, those of our mothers and our grandmothers, we watched how our fathers that did not put money on the table took them for granted and made them look small. And because now the world is a village now, we now feel empowered. And yet you feel that as if it's disrespect, someone has cheated you. So a lot of we women now don't want to take that nonsense anymore. Yeah, I pay the bills just the way you pay the bills. So if I'm going into the kitchen, my friend, come and do something here. So we don't want to do that anymore. Everybody now, we know that our women can earn. They've been earning income for years, but it's just that we are now more vocal. And also now we're doing some jobs that we were not, they were not doing white-collar jobs before. They were just doing those small
now we're doing some
other things. Now women are now stepping forward to do white-collar jobs and earning, and they also want to be MDs and EDs and governors and stuff like that. You know, and again now we want to travel, want to buy designers, there's need for more money now. And why not?
So do you think money makes respect difficult? I mean, you've always been independent. You are the only girl in your house. Do you feel special? Does it change anything?
That's why I say it's about the confidence of the man. If you are with a helpmeet, I've been married for 36 years, So we've had our ups and downs about money. We've seen how each one will react around money or lack of money. So after some time, it's about trust. It's about trust in the end. Money issue is about trust. But these two ladies brought up something. You were talking about drama. Two things which I'd like us to talk to. First is the fact that she was talking about how much is enough. Because she said you earn this and you want, and that somebody was using the Bible to
replenish.
you know, to buttress the point that you never stop. You're looking for that much more because you're replenishing. So there's that point about what is enough.
So when is it a good time? When is enough money?
What is enough?
Okay, that's good. I like the reactions.
A house on Banana Island.
So think about it. No, think about it and tell me what is enough.
There's nothing like enough. If you have life and you can earn, it's just that, wait, look at Dangote now. Is he doing now because he wants to be the richest man, or is it because you get to a point where you're doing it because of the impact? You're doing it because you have seen that what you add to the society. Because when you earn money, you're actually doing something to the society. You're providing jobs for people.
We are hoping so. What about those who earn money with pen by stealing?
No, exactly. When we ask the question, what is enough? Saudat, a minute. When we ask the question, what is enough, we're actually saying, at what point do you stop putting undue pressure on yourself?
Okay, pressure on yourself, okay?
That is the point. Look, let me tell you, money is fungible.
What do you call it?
It's fungible. So as I'm sitting here, money is being made.
What does fungible mean?
Means
I don't understand.
It's there, it's growing, it is not this item, it is not this amount. Do you understand? Because when you were saying, what is enough, I was waiting for either of you to give me a figure.
10 million.
And I would have said,
what is enough is relative to different people.
Yeah. So can I just introduce a financial planning thing that would be very helpful to you?
Is it in this book?
It is in here.
Buy it, Joe.
The whole point. Yes. Buy the book. At Latana at Quintessential. Okay. This enough matter. There are two issues to consider when you're thinking about what is enough. It is, at what point do you stop putting pressure on yourself? You made the point, you have to travel, so there's need for more money now.
Yeah.
I don't
travel
know
to where?
Exactly. And I don't understand that
You can go to Abeokuta.
The money requires money.
I don't.
Yeah, but you don't need as much money as going to London.
Went to Peru.
Why shouldn't
or
I
Peru.
go to Peru?
No, there's no reason why you can't go to Peru if it doesn't put undue pressure on the finance of your family and yourself.
That's true.
So, which is where I go back to the financial planning. It's in the book. Financial planning says where you start is actually what is the lifestyle I intend to lead.
I like that. You determine your lifestyle.
Yes.
Ajegule or Banana Island.
When you have reached that, it's then easier to work back and kind of work at what we need to do, what it will cost, and the path you will take to get there.
But
it gives you a more organized aspect to life. By the way, you talk Dangote. I'm not one of those that like mentioning people's names because
he's acknowledged as Africa's richest.
No, the man
so we can
is
mention
rich.
his name.
The man, you can mention his name, but the man is rich. But that cannot be what is in front of everybody's eyes. That is why societally, that's why societally everybody is running helter-skelter. It could cause that trouble.
For men especially, who want to impress women.
Women also want to be
exactly.
female
But let me tell you, Dangote was not always there.
Absolutely.
And I want to tell people that money making becomes a habit. You start at what you start at. At a point, you're not actually making too much effort because it's become a habit. So the Dangote you talk about today...
He started somewhere.
He probably didn't think he would get here. But as he worked hard, as he did his transactions, it became a habit.
Okay.
And you don't wake up one day and stop.
Sis, let me tell you something.
Yes.
You can do all the things that Dangote did, and you won't end up that way.
Definitely.
So which is why I want to say, I'm curious to know what our own habits are. What are your habits? What are your money habits that you have developed? Me, I married saying that his money is our money. My money is my money. And it's still like that, oh. I really don't care because I changed my name from Osunde to Onyenokwe. So those children are Onyenokwe. So they are your responsibility. Even if I have Dangote, Do you understand?
Okay.
So it might be a terrible warped perception, right? But that's the way I think. How do you think?
Yeah, I want to believe almost all women actually think
Don't say
that.
so.
No,
Don't assume.
Okay, I said I want to believe, you know,
Okay.
that, I mean, I also started out that way saying, oh, Gombe, your money is for the house, for all of us. And my own money is my own money.
Apparently, I've changed your
I have changed, trust me. Over the years, I mean, life has happened. Yes, life has happened, and I think I'm wiser now, and I know that my money is our money, his money is also our money, you know. So we come together.
These old ladies, you have something to teach this.
See, I'm telling you, we
and
learn
then,
every day.
you know, we come together, we actually agree together on how to, okay, now let me put it this way. We've made quite a number of investments together. Okay, let me put it this way. What has worked for both of us is I kickstart something. Now, you know, some men are very good at being very strategic, very pragmatic, like you said. They know what they know. And then some are not. Some, they need the women to actually help to kickstart.
Don't say they need the women. Some women are more pragmatic and strategic.
Aren't we hoping that their husbands will listen to them?
Thank you.
Yes.
Because I think that's also what has worked.
It
comes from, you know. So God has, I mean, the way He works with my husband and I kickstart something.
Are you the pragmatic one?
We're both pragmatic.
Maybe she might be the initiator.
I'm the initiator, thank you. But however, you see, no. I like that word. I truly am the initiator, you know. And his strength is, he takes it and then he runs with it and he finishes.
Dangote tomorrow.
No, for me, my money is our money. His money is our money.
Have you always
started
been
that
like
way.
that?
Yes, we've always started that way. It's our money. So I don't even control it. I don't even want to control. I don't even want that pressure. So even if I put money down for something, nobody will, even the kids will not even know I'm the one that put the money down, because he himself, the way he behaves, as if the fact that I put this money down doesn't mean you have a right to open your mouth for anything. This is how we're going to do this thing. And sometimes I go like, I think I put this money down, you know. But we've had. I'm okay with that, because I don't even want that pressure. But even when we're talking about doing stuff together, I also am the initiator. I'm the business person, but my husband is the management person,
so
fully management.
What are the key takeaways from that? I mean, you're the expert.
I wanted to say to you that from what they've said about our money is my money is our money, his money is our money, it just creates a better base.
Absolutely.
So if you trust your spouse, putting two sources of income together, it just has more run in it.
So I hope our men are raised that way. You're raising boys, right?
Yes.
So do you raise them to be, whether my wife earns more than me or not, whether she's smarter than me or not?
Number one, they've lived in the house with me until they've grown up and gone to work. So I don't think my own children actually would be able to deal with women who are not strong and who are not astute financial people, because, you know, they're used to it, and they are confident enough to allow her be.
I think we must give our final thoughts. We have about 2 minutes. And I would just say, for example, while I say our money, his money is our money, and my money is our... You know, they just said it now. Women, they spend all their money in the family. But I've learned that actually having your own money gives you a lot of respect. And women should understand that, right? And I'm hoping that men will also understand that if she's earning more, anytime she tells you, why are you drinking that beer? It's not a personal assault. Because if I'm the one that bought it, is it because she bought it in the fridge? You know what I mean? They have men who do that to their wives. And I'm hoping that men would understand that if she's earning more, it doesn't diminish me, because they feel like they've been, you know, they've been castrated, sort of, if the woman is doing all the work, you know. So final words from all of you, if you don't mind. Let's start with you, Saudat.
Money, ambition. I just want women to know that there's nothing wrong in being ambitious. There's nothing wrong in wanting more money. There's nothing wrong in it.
Ambition.
No, ambition. Of course, when you have a huge ambition, is to achieve something in life and also earn money. There's nothing wrong in that, in being ambitious. There's nothing wrong in wanting more money. There's nothing wrong in being independent.
And you would say work for the money?
Work for your money, and being who I am, being a financial person, I say there's a wealth-generating mindset.
Okay.
And these are
I need to hear that.
Yes. To get that mindset, there are habits. So draw your purse strings. Don't waste money. Save, save, save. You can't save enough. That's number one. Number two, have the mindset of creating assets.
Bags?
No.
Gold?
Sometimes. So Travel,
Real estate?
never. Real estate. So it is grow assets. Those are the things that are going to be
Grow
valuable.
assets.
Grow assets, say.
Okay, for me, I would say don't let the money rule you. You rule money.
Don't worship money.
Absolutely.
Don't worship money, but go for it. Thank you,
for it,
girls.
absolutely.
This lounge has been, I don't know whether I spoiled it today, but thank you all. And thank you for watching. We'll see you again next week. All the best, Event Nanny, for spending time with us.
Thank you, ma'am, for having me.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Niger, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows. And for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day, I went to the salon, and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp, but instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was the whole journey. Because after the lakpa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know, raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work. And the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially, it was just in patches. And then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray costs 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight, and I administered it for a year and a half. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted the solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed. And I became suicidal as well. So at some point, I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day, and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015, when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet. And I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition, like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online, and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video, you get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshudat Badmus. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like, I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate, you know, to whatever it is you were going through. Because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk, I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me. But when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons living with alopecia in Nigeria.
It has not been easy running the Heroic Alopecia Foundation because, okay, one thing is for people to know what their condition is. Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshodat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her, and then we took the race together, and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members, and in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it. But it's a good thing that you are aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is. And they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness. Because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig, and nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tope somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tope's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect. in Kaba, actually. So I heard and I paused and asked, why did you say Tokpe's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia, actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh, really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim loses the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that was how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have Anjanu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think Anjanu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the Anjanu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. And the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage at this point, the hair loss has really, it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom, right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her. And the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least one, I would say some studies have shown that it's one of the top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if we talk in the general population, maybe no, but if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has a problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get, and some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members my downtime and all as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. You know, at every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, you know, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. You know, I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good afternoon, I'm Olamide Adeyemi, and this is the news update. Christians all over the world are celebrating Easter today. Worship centers will be filled to the brim in celebration of the resurrection of Jesus Christ. The belief is that the remembrance of Christ's sacrificial love on the cross and his resurrection rejuvenates hope. In Nigeria, there will be celebrations even as the effervescence of the festivity will be everywhere. And as Christians around the world celebrate Easter this year, the president of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Archbishop Daniel Oko, said Nigeria can draw lessons from the life of Jesus Christ and the power of his might. Oko said, as a nation, Nigeria has faced many challenges in recent years, from insecurity and economic instability to social and political unrest, but believes that just as Christ rose from the dead and brought new life to the world, Nigeria too can rise above all challenges and start afresh. He called for unity and love devoid of ethno-religious biases, while noting that the less privileged he remembered and cared for. And in commemoration of Esther Bola Tinubu, the president-elect has admonished Nigerians to shun ethnic and religious strife for the country to attain prosperity faster. The president-elect, in his Easter message to Christians, called on Nigerians to love their neighbors regardless of tongue, faith, and tribe. In the wake of the 2023 elections, ethnic slurs and divisive comments have dominated debate among members of different political parties and social media. While commenting on the situation, Tinubu urged Nigerians to recommit themselves to edified and patriotic pursuits in the interest of the nation. And also Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has said ethnicity and religion are not the problems of Nigeria's development. The former vice president stated this in his message posted on his verified Facebook page commemorating this year's Easter. According to Atiku, Easter's celebration was a time for deeper reflection as it marked the sacrifice of Jesus Christ and his victory over death. He urged leaders at all levels to follow the virtues that defined this season: sacrifice, love, and charity, and also come together to help all Nigerians resolve the differences that divide them. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has also urged Nigerians not to despair in the face of tribulations and provocations, because Easter is about hope and promise for all who believe. He made the appeal in a message to Nigerian Christians celebrating Easter, as well as Muslims who are observing the Ramadan fast. His statement was made available to newsmen in Abuja on Saturday. Obi noted the Muslims are in the middle of their 30 days of special prayers and fasting that will culminate in Eid al-Fitr, and said he is praying with them during this solemn period for a great and peaceful Nigeria ahead. Obi wished all Christians a happy celebration and prays that the message and blessings of Easter will remain with them. The beneficiaries of the Easter free train services provided by the Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke have commended the governor for the opportunity, noting that the service has eased their movement despite the positive fund as a result of Naira redesign. The gesture is the first edition provided by Governor Adeleke after People's Democratic Party since he assumed office in November 27, 2022.
The experience from Lagos to Osun in this train is worthwhile, exciting, interesting, and a huge commendation to the governor of Osun State, Governor Ademola Adeleke, for providing free movement for people to come over from Lagos to come and celebrate the Easter Easter celebration with their friends, family, and relatives over here in Osun State.
The security is on ground. Everything is okay. No problem at all. The only thing that we need for this the maintenance of the road, and then they should be helping us to do at least to make this railway move forward.
Speaking, the coordinating director of the State Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Kehinde Odediro, attributed the success recorded so far to the sense of passion and love by the state's government to its citizens.
The train is returning on 10th of April, Monday, 10th of April, 2023.
Meanwhile, at least 33 persons have been killed in another attack on internally displaced persons camp at LGEA Primary School in Yev Council Ward of Guma, local government area of Benue State. Residents said that armed men attacked the community around 9 p.m. on Friday. He said a pregnant woman and her son were among those killed, while many others were injured. Similarly, the security advisor of Guma Local Government Council, Christopher Waku, confirmed that 33 persons were killed while over 40 others were injured. Waku said the people that were killed were also displaced from their various ancestral homes and were taking refuge at the classroom in Mbang.
This is not the first time. This thing has been happening. We've been telling government. So I can't say because today it happened to two of my children are involved. But it has been happening as a chief. Everybody here is my subject. We have been telling government. Even yesterday, as we were sitting, we were not expecting this thing. It came out unexpectedly. Okay. So I can say it's their time.
I'm really shocked because I discovered after my wife was totally shut down. So when I came over, I learned that it was not only her, it was her and my elder brother's wife and my younger brother's child and many others in this community.
Following the recent suspension of the national chairman of the Labour Party state chairman across the country have passed a vote of confidence on the national chairman of the party, Barrister Julius Abure, reiterating their support to his leadership. The chairman, who converged in Benin City, the Edo State capital, noted that the alleged suspension of Julius Abure is null and void as it did not follow the Labour Party constitution that provides the SEC and Council the power to suspend or pass a vote of no confidence on the national chairman.
This is the first time in the history of our democracy for us as a party to be able to change the political narratives. And that is why the opposition party is not happy. Today, I want to say clearly that even though I have not been served with the so-called order that they said they procured, I'm baffled by the orders. Because looking at what was reported, one takes up.
Meanwhile, the All Progressive Congress, APC, has described the claim that it was behind the leadership crisis rocking the opposition Labour Party as untrue. Thursday, Lamidi Apapa, the Deputy National Chairman of Labour Party South, declared that he has taken charge of the affairs of the party. The declaration came a few hours after Abure, the national chairman of the Labour Party, alleged the thugs aided by the police officers invaded the party's headquarters in the Federal Capital Territory and caused damage to the property. Abure claimed that the invasion was sponsored by the APC to destabilize the party and its challenge of the presidential election won by Bola Tinubu. Reacting to the allegation in a statement, Felix Moka, the National Publicity Secretary of the APC, described the claim as Labour Party's morbid obsession with his party. He condemned Abure's accusation as unfathomable and infertile, and also told the national chairman to face the travels of his party without blaming it on the APC. A former judge of the International Court of Justice and a former Attorney General of Nigeria, Bola Ajibola, has died at the age of 89. Ajibola, the founder of Crescent University at Abeokuta, died on Saturday midnight after a long-term illness as a result of old age. The eldest child of the late jurist Segun Ajibola SCN discussed this in a statement on Sunday in Abeokuta. He wrote, "With very deep hurt and gratitude to Almighty Allah, our died Prince Bola Ajibola departed this world over the midnight. May Almighty Allah bless him with all Jannah Firdaus." And to other parts of Africa, a rapist and murderer who escaped a South African prison by faking his own death has been arrested in Tanzania. Thabo Bester was at large for a year after it was thought he died by setting himself on fire in his prison cell. A manhunt was launched last month after a new post-mortem investigation revealed the body was not actually his. Bester was caught on Friday with his girlfriend and a third suspect and will be extradited to South Africa. Bester is known as the Facebook rapist for using the social networking site to lure his victims. He was convicted in 2012 for the rape and murder of his model girlfriend, Nomfundo. A year earlier, he was also found guilty of raping and robbing 2 other women. In May, it was reported he had been found dead in his cell after apparently setting himself on fire at the Magwa Correctional Center. However, local media began to raise doubts about Bester's death late last year. In March, the police opened a new murder investigation after further tests revealed the deceased was not Bester and that the unidentified person had died from blunt force trauma to the head. Employees of the British-owned security company, which ran the prison where he was held, have been accused of helping him flee. Bester's escape sparked outrage in South Africa, which has one of the highest rates of sexual assaults in the world. And outside Africa, Pope Francis earlier led the world's Roman Catholics into Easter at a Saturday night vigil mass in St. Peter's Basilica, the cry and the icy winds of war and other injustices, and encouraging his listeners to turn to God to overcome a sense of helplessness. The 86-year-old Francis kept an outdoor event on Friday night because of unseasonably cold temperatures in Rome. Francis appeared to be well during the Easter Vigil service, during which he baptized 8 adult converts. He did not show any sign of discomfort. And after starting the service in the rear of the church with the traditional lighting of a large Paschal candle, he was taken on a wheelchair to the front to preside at the Mass. Easter is the most important day in the Christian liturgical calendar because it commemorates the day the Bible says Jesus rose from the dead. He has called for an end to all wars, and since Russia invaded Ukraine in February, he has repeatedly referred to Ukraine and its people as being martyred. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel, the Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limex, on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Azinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bowl to create a true Ese Azinabor couture piece.
My name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Morphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
All right, what's going on to every single person out there from the East, West, North, and the South? You're welcome back again. It's a new year. Happy New Year. My name is Miles, and you're welcome to No Cap, that only program that's undiluted, unfiltered, uncensored. We say everything as it is on Plus TV Africa, the only station also where all the big stories live. Right. All right, let's get straight to No Cap now. So something trended on Twitter recently. It was about a girl who committed suicide because her parents didn't let her marry a particular guy. When they found out the guy was a Muslim, right? So she just killed herself. The parents said, Laila, you cannot marry. It's not going to happen. Oh, why didn't you tell her he was a Muslim? You can't marry into a Muslim home. And she was already pregnant for the guy. She's a Christian. And the girl just... She just killed herself. And it's been trending all over the place. Some people are saying, oh, why can't they allow them to get married? And some people say, oh, it's against their income. You should just, why didn't you just tell your parents this, blah, blah, blah. So you know what? Why not we just talk about this once and for all? Because a lot of people need to get married this year. Some people need to leave their father's houses.
Why are you pointing to me? Why
are you still not in your daddy's house?
Short received. Short received.
Short fired and received.
Yeah.
You guys, you need to leave.
Some people.
I don't smell house.
Some people.
I'm in my own house, so I'm in the bring person come house. So.
But you two, you really need to. What's that word?
You'll be fine. Anyway, so moving on. So today we're talking about religion. Should it be a barrier? Should it be a criteria before you get married to someone? Before you guys can actually be together? Should religion be that problem? Right? They call it interfaith marriages, right? Is it okay? Why are some people still frowning against it? Why are people still saying it's rubbish? So I'll say this: interfaith marriage, sometimes called a mixed marriage, is a marriage between spouses professing different religions. According to the Pew Research Center Religious Landscape Study, interfaith marriage is increasingly common in the United States, accounts for 39% of marriages since 2010. Now, before we start our arguments, and as we do as usual, we also went into the streets of Lagos and we went to talk to a few people about what do you think about religion? Should religion be a barrier in marriages? And they had a lot to say. Check this out. I'll be right back.
Not really. My dad was a Muslim, my mom a Christian, and they got married. And here I am. They had a nice marriage before my dad died, so it's not a big deal.
The truth is, it's not about, I'm not getting married to a religion, I'm getting married to a human, first of all. So if the person who's going to help me get to that level or tick all my boxes, like they would say, if the person who's going to help me achieve that is definitely a Muslim, yeah, we go ahead. Because the truth is, at the long run, whether you're getting married to Chiamaka or you're getting married to Esther, you're not getting married to a religion. I mean, you don't make sure that you don't wake up one morning and you find out that you're having a monster at home.
This question is that kind of question that throws you under the bus. Okay, so I would say according to my faith, it's not it's a big barrier. But left to me, this life is not that difficult. If you guys can find your balance, make it work.
For me, it is a big barrier. I can't marry anyone outside my faith. No, it's not possible. I feel one of a best way to get like a perfect partner is if you are both in the same faith, you believe the same thing. Do you understand? For me, it's just a big no. I don't think so. So love, the greatest of all is love. Once there is love, there is no tribe or religion that can stop you from marrying the love of your life.
Everybody has their own preferences. So what they call a religious marriage or whatever. Me, I can marry a Muslim. It's none of my business. But a tradition, I can't.
No. That is not really an issue. Me, I can get married to an Islamic lady. The problem is if these Muslim people can get married to me as a Christian, because they have their own law and that is very, very sure you get. But me, the interfaith marriage is nothing. It shouldn't be a barrier for a successful relationship.
Whew! What a wow. Let me drink to that first. What a wow. There you have it. Now, while we are here and thinking, oh yeah, it's not a problem, it's a problem. Some people actually feel it's a problem. While some people don't feel it's just a mixed reaction. So we're back. It's No Cap. If you just joined us for the first time, forget the fact that I'm wearing a cap, but it's No Cap, where we take the lid off every conversation, every situation that you might be thinking that. There's some questions you have in your head, like, why is this? And you just feel uncomfortable to, if I go and say, people will now say that. Like me, I never really liked Fela music. I used to like, what's a fella? Honestly. But I was worried. I was scared, like, if I go and say this, people like, hey, Afrobeats, the king and the lord of Afrobeats. Do you know what? Yeah. Like, as I grew older and I was able to dissect and I understood the music better, I was able to say boldly, everyone like, Oga, I'm not a Fela fan. I'm a fan of what he says or what he stood for. Yeah, but I can't be listening to Fela music.
Exactly. I wasn't a fan of his music, but of what he was preaching.
But I just.
No, growing up, I didn't know what his music was about. But until
you understand,
time, I started vibing to it. I don't listen to all the songs, but just few particulars. But yeah, I'm cool with it.
Right. So if you're one of those people who have that question behind your mind, also like, why is this like this? Why can't this be the place for you? And if you're one of those people who get upset about just almost everything. Yeah, the wrong station and the wrong channel. Yeah, I'm really sorry for the person. Okay, so guys, let's get straight into it. Interfaith marriages. In fact, let me just say it the way it is. Religion shouldn't be a barrier, a criteria before you guys lock horns.
Okay.
Lock horns is like a negative thing. Lock horns is like when people are fighting. Okay, sorry. When you guys lock fingers, sorry.
Yes. Okay, so firstly, I think interfaith marriages, or rather religion barrier, whatever. Yeah, it's a deal breaker for most people.
Okay.
Yeah, and not everybody. I don't think that it should be a barrier. First of all, it was tribe. Secondly, it was what's it called? Bride price. So why should religion be? Because first of all, the whole marriage system came out from religion. I mean, like, marriage is religion itself. Do you understand? They push this on us because down our own tradition is, we already have our own ways of doing things, the whole ceremonial thing. So religion and marriage, I don't know, they work hand in hand. So I don't see, you cannot separate religion from marriage because marriage is religion. Like, it's a religious ceremony.
Let me drink to that. I think I'm getting confused. Well, it's fine. I had to drink to that. Okay.
Yeah, it is because, I mean, the Islam have their ways of, like, it's a ceremony, you go to the church, the whole marriage, whole thing, like, it's just different. But our own traditional marriage doesn't work or imply like that, right? It has nothing to do with, this, you're serving that God or you're going to this place. No, it doesn't. But then when you're saying religion, okay, because you're a Christian, you're a Hindu, you're
Catholic.
You're Catholic.
You're Muslim.
It doesn't. But if you're following tradition ways, they don't care about what religion or what's God or who you're serving. It's just do the dues, pay the dues, do what you're meant to do, and that's all.
By the dues, you mean bride price?
Yes.
All right, boom.
I mean, I beg to differ because marriage is not wedding. In wedding, it could be a thing of, okay, let's just wave it over. But for marriage, it's a long way. My faith is...
Wait, what is marriage? What is wedding?
Wedding is the ceremony. Marriage is the long term.
Yeah.
Marriage.
Wedding, yes.
You have been schooled.
Wedding is a ceremony.
It's the party and all.
Marriage
is a union. It's
is
a,
a
it's,
union.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And faith differs. If we look at the Quran and the Bible, there are some things that are stated differently there that would affect eventually in. I'm trying not to get into this conversation, but it's
You should.
very
It's no cap.
key.
It's no cap.
Polygamy in Islam is like a
thing.
thing.
It's a way. It's a way of life.
But in Christianity, it's not. It's not a go-to. So if I'm getting married as a Christian to a Muslim, eventually that thing might come up, and I start to say, no, it's not. That's not how it's supposed to be. And then my husband will say, that's how it is in my own faith. And so many
But
other
wait,
things.
I want to ask a question.
Yeah.
But then the Islam religion, it
Yeah.
broke out from the Christian religion somehow, because the whole polygamy thing came from the lineage of Abraham, right?
Abraham had
had
like
more than
more
one
than
wife. So
More
that's
than one
so it
wife,
broke out
yeah.
from there when was it Sarah or the maid gave birth for
The maid.
Yeah, so that was how Islam literally broke out. Do you understand? And so that's the reason why they
I mean, but if we look at these things personally, people
Okay.
will go to the deep root of when God created man. He created man and woman, not man and women.
But then they
And
also
so
made it known that
if
there was
you-
also another woman in the garden aside from man.
I mean, that's
Okay.
what a lot of people want to think. Like, what we are taught from the get-go is that God created man and woman. I've also heard things like that there was once a woman somewhere before Eve was created. I mean, my Bible didn't teach me that.
You people want to wound
Should
me.
we go down the
Yeah,
Bible
I'm not
route?
interested in this
Should we go down the
conversation.
Bible route?
Let's just go straight to before ahead.
I mean, so if we're thinking about some particular kind of things, we get to find out that religion has a play in marriage, no matter what you try to do. And then it also comes in the conflict of when you begin to have children. Or are my kids going for your religion, or they're coming for my religion? And at the end of the day, you see that gradually it begins to break the family into two. And everyone is literally just struggling. In my church, majority of the women there have their husbands as Muslim, and then you find out that at the end of the day, some kids don't come to church again because their father decided that not all kids can be Christian. They have to follow his own. It wouldn't be like that if both of them are Christians, except the child determines and says, you know what, I cannot do your religion. I want to do my own religion personally.
Yeah.
So it's a factor that people have to look out for. It's very, very key. It's very, very important. Actually, if you are a strong believer of Christianity, or you are a
Man,
strong
if I'm in
believer
love,
of
I don't see. I
Hinduism,
mean,
or-
religion for me is not a barrier. That's what I'm literally trying to say. It's not a barrier. I see way beyond you being
I
a
mean,
Christian
for
or you're a
some people,
Muslim.
they are really like into this religion matter. Like they are deep, they are soaked into it. Like not some people are just surface Christians and surface Muslims and surface traditionalists. But some people are like really deep into it. It's just like telling a babalawo that his daughter is going to get married to a pastor.
Yeah, it was wrong. There's nothing wrong.
I
with
mean,
that.
do you think that would work out?
It would
I
work
think
out.
it
It
should.
works
I
out.
think it should work out.
I know a lot of people who came from very like traditional homes that then they are married to where they didn't even see themselves in that life.
So as a babalawo's father, and your husband is on the pulpit condemning people that do rituals and things. How do you think that is going to feel
Okay,
like?
cool. Hold on. Let's
No contradiction.
Let's pause a bit. Now, being a herbalist, babalawo, aka, right,
Doesn't
there's
mean you're a ritualist.
absolutely nothing wrong with it. That doesn't mean you are a
Yes.
ritualist. There's absolutely
You know
nothing
what it
wrong
means
with
to be herbal.
Before the advent or the introduction of Christianity, Islam, that was what Africans were
That's
all
why
about.
I didn't say
So,
herbalists.
I'm not saying
So herbalists are people that deal with herbs.
right.
When I said babalawo, I knew what I was
That's
going for.
that's the Yoruba. That's the Yoruba
Yoruba
meaning
term
of
for herbalist.
Let's not come and be mixing.
No,
things here.
babalawo is a herbalist.
Yeah, babalawo
So
literally.
these ones
a
that
babalawo
do-
is a spiritual worker.
So these ones
And
that
then-
do rituals, and what are they called?
Well, they've decided
Ritualists.
to tap
They are
into.
called ritualists.
Well, they've decided to tap into the dark
The
side.
dark side of it.
Of spirituality doesn't mean that they are not good people.
I mean, that's
out
what
there.
I'm specifically talking about now.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm specifically talking about now. That if your father is the one that does things like that, like the dark side of it, and then you now say you want to, it will become a problem eventually.
Right. Okay, cool. Now, I'm going to say this. you want to swallow her? What about me?
I'm trying to digest everything.
Okay. I don't think religion should be the problem. I'm one of those people who don't think. I think religion should be a problem. Now, one of the top 3 artists in Nigeria is Wizkid, right? He's a Muslim, right? Every baby mama of his is a staunch Christian.
It's a good thing that he said baby mama.
Plus the one that he...
Wait now.
Wait, calm down. You are getting angry, right? They're all Christians.
Okay.
Now, the presidential aspirant for the APC, that's Tinubu. He's a Muslim, true and true. His wife is a pastor.
Okay.
Okay. What's it called? Fashola. Right, and his wife is and they cohabitate and they're doing well together, and
Like,
it's
there are
a
days that
beautiful
the children
thing.
go to the mosque, the children go to the church. It's just understanding, basically.
Do you understand? I'm trying to look for more people. Justin Bieber, right, is a Christian. His wife, what's her name?
Hailey.
Haley. She's not your everyday conventional Christian. She was an atheist before she became a Catholic, and they're good. They're doing okay. Do you understand? So I
mean,
don't
where there's love, if there's love, God is there. God exists where love is. So I don't even think religion should be.
I mean, I like how you're picking it from the point of people that are just surface Christians.
How do you know they are surface?
How do you know? How do you know?
Are you in their spaces? You cannot judge.
Have you ever been around
assume.
people that are like deep into religion, people that will condemn and nail the other religions
That's
to
the reason.
cross?
That's why I have problems with people. Because some people say they are religious, but do you know what it is to even be first of all religious?
I mean,
They are
I'm
religious
talking
but
from
not
the space of the religion that we
A
have
lot
now.
of people are more spiritual than even being religious. They might
Damn.
not go to church.
Damn.
They might not go to
Damn.
the mosque. They
True
might not
that.
do any of that.
Say, yeah.
But they are very
Says the
spiritual.
woman that woke up, that spent her New Year crossover in front of the water.
Watching sunset.
I mean,
watching the sun rise.
Yeah.
That's how Roseanne actually spent her New Year.
Because I mean, for crying out loud, they said where 2 or 3 are gathered, God is there. So even if I'm not in the church, in the midst of bunch of like other souls, worshiping, but I'm in the midst of 2 beautiful people, and then we are kabashing and praying and singing praises. I mean, why not? Do you understand? So and then I'm in nature, and then I can communicate, because now it's not just even me; there are other entities too around. So they carry my
But
prayers.
do you know that to some particular people, you're a surface Christian? Because why be at the beachfront when you can be in church?
I'm not doing eye service.
Why must I be in church?
I mean, you know that's what religion is all about now.
Until I'm in church, I say, hey, brother, oh, my sister.
You know,
oh, well done, brother.
Some
no,
deep
that's
Christians. And you know why I keep saying deep Christians? People, I'm not going to say deep Christian, deep religionists. Let me put it that way, because we've been trying to scatter that now. People are more religious than being Christians or being Muslims now. Right. So deep religionists would consider what you just did as being someone that is not fervent in Christ, someone that is just a Christian that is just on the surface.
Deep religion and deep Christian.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it called a deeper life?
No. You want to give me bad boast. First of all, you could be religious at something. Doesn't even make you a Christian, because what does it mean to be a Christian is for you to be Christ-like.
Exactly.
And then a lot of Christians are far from Christ-like.
They are
Zazu like.
You're just religiously going to church,
dissect
wake up every day, get up, go to church. You are doing the same thing every day. That's being
go to church. And the moment you stop going to church and you feel like, okay, what the church is giving you is not the ideology you have of being Christ-like.
Yeah.
It becomes a problem. You're no longer being religious.
You're not become
You are awakening.
Anyways, for me, like I said earlier, I do not think it should be a problem. I think love should be the number one thing that actually binds all of us in the world.
God is love. Love is God.
Do you understand? We're all human beings. Like, okay, oh, you're a Muslim. Oh, fine. All well and good. My grandmother, that's my maternal grandmother. She was a Christian before she married my granddad. My granddad is a Muslim. Well, she became a Muslim later. Do you understand? Because of her husband. But they never stopped their children from, look, what path are you choosing?
Exactly.
What do you want to do? Do you want to be a Muslim? Do you want to, and you get it. So I just think with this girl's story that I talked about on Twitter, it was just really sad. Like, and it was so bad. Like, I was like, the guy and the girl, they don't feel running away. Like, even they don't agree.
Because
are people still scared of that? Look,
the family had much say and much control.
Yes, they did.
Yes, so they couldn't do, except because in a case whereby you started paying your bills yourself, the story is quite different.
Than
when you are
to
under your father and mother,
your
do you understand? You can't. There are certain things and measures you can't do you can't go or say because you know that who is going to pay the next bill?
I mean, when I keep saying that I'm rebellious, it's because I know that I can do without my I can do without.
That doesn't mean I don't respect my
of course
parents,
I do.
folks. I do, but
then
point,
I know I can stand on my own.
Exactly. At the moment you can, that's where they just allow you make decisions because they know you are paying bills, you are contributing, but you're not contributing. They wake up in the way and say, they've served your rice and stew on the dining.
So you definitely do not have any say.
Hey, anyways, I'm gonna say this again. Like when you're going into a relationship with a person, I think there's some things we need to ask
from the get
go, from the foundation.
Yes.
Like don't scratch it up. Like when we get to that point, when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. You will not cross some bridges.
Yeah.
Some bridges can never take you to that place, right? So just find out from the beginning what's your family's take on the fact that look, I'm in love with you and all that. Yeah, you're a Christian, I'm a Muslim. What do you think? Oh, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. Or I don't do this. What will your family? How will your family take this? If it's going to be a problem, don't let us go further.
Yeah.
Don't let us say we're going to elope or we're going to do blah blah. If it's not going to work,
I mean, you know, some families cannot stand other religions.
Bam.
So once you know that from the very beginning, it's
like
supposed to be. Yeah, it's supposed to be a conversation.
And they are Christians. Do you understand? Like the other Christians that can't even stand other Christians.
Exactly.
Like, nah.
Exactly.
Anyways, that's the whole 9 yards on the show today. On a final note, Rosange, your point is on a final note.
That I mean, love cuts across all barriers. So religion to me is not a barrier. If you love that person, I mean, like, go for it.
Boom. Boom.
My counterfeit.
For me, love conquers all things, truly. But have the conversation from the very beginning, please.
I agree.
Don't get to the very end before you start talking about things like that. I beg of you, so that we'll not break each other's edge.
All right. And for me, before we go, I would say religion, no religion, human, we are all humans. That's the one umbrella that carries us, human beings, right? So we shouldn't let that be the problem. But like Boom said, also find out, is it going to be a problem along the line? If it's going to be, hey, you have to go. A big thank you to my guys for being part of this. We'll definitely be back again. No Cap is always here for you. And if you don't agree with some of the things we talked about here, it's okay. Go to our social media pages and drop your comment. We'll definitely read them out, okay? We gotta go. Do not drink and drive. Put God first and the rest is history. Drink a lot of water. Mind your business.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Politicizing our humanity. You see, Nigeria today has become a den of unknown gunmen. And I say that because for every new report you see now, any news, anything, you see unknown gunmen kills 20, unknown gunmen kidnaps 50. So any small thing is unknown gunmen. And the level of insecurity in the country today has risen. So today we no longer ask whether our lives are, and properties are secured. We only ask who is next to be killed or kidnapped. We check and we see, okay, whose family is next? Which family is going to be thrown into mourning? So right now, Nigerians are only waiting, and we're waiting and saying, whose turn is it going to be? The level of insecurity in the country has become extremely worrisome. The lapses created by government, by the inaction of government. Government had the opportunity to nip this insecurity in the bud. When it started, it started like play. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad. But now, because of government's inaction, we are caught up, and it seems as if there's nothing that we can do about it again. So now it is even worse. It is worse that we as citizens are not making enough noise about the right things. We are concerned about some other things. So despite the worrisome state of our dear nation, the plague of politicizing any little thing, we are quick to say, now this party they run amo, now this party they do amo, is because of this party. And so right now, we are trivializing the problems and the challenges that we are facing as a nation. So there are talks all over social media claiming that the violence and actions leading to the high level of insecurity, which now threatens our very existence, are sponsored. Members of the ruling and opposition parties have thrown all caution to the wind, and they exchange blames. It is this party, it is that party, rather than just actually recognizing terrorism for what terrorism is and taking actions to stop the incessant killings and kidnappings, which is threatening the very existence of Nigerians. We must stand united or fall divided. We must stand united. Nigeria is at the very brink. We are at the very brink of war. And I don't think we are saying this enough. I think everyone is just looking at, okay, maybe because the thing never touched me, make we just look at, and everyone is just playing with the situation. The situation has become so dire and would worsen if we do not join voices and actions and implore the government to take decisive actions to protect the lives and properties of the people. We must educate and reorientate ourselves. We must advocate for peace and tolerance. Negative and irresponsible tribal comments, it has no other thing to do than to incite violence. So it breeds this intolerance that we have for ourselves, and this tribe will say, now these people, if these people come out, we could get peace and all of those things. And then we wonder why some people are killing another tribe, and why another tribe is killing another tribe. So I feel we must be able to preach peace and preach unity, if at all we want to see the end of this insurrection. I have always said this, and I think this is time to say it again. In terms of, if we're talking about security, I think the time for decentralization is now. The power that the federal government wields as far as security is concerned is too much. And it would seem that even that power now is overwhelming, such that they don't even know what to do with the power again. Assign state governments with the task of security responsibilities. Yes, at federal government level, there are some powers that you cannot just take away. But let the security apparatus in the police, security operatives that you have, let them be responsible to state governments. Let state governments take charge. Let them take charge. A governor of a particular state will not be looking at while his state is burning, and the governor is crying to federal government to come and help. So what then is the duty, and what then is the work of the state government? we had mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to chip in again, that religious leaders have a role to play. You find religious leaders being totally irresponsible and reckless with the comments that they make. Knowing fully well the power that you wield as a religious leader, knowing fully well the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people that listen to you and take your word as law, you need to be very careful. You need to be cautious of how you urge people on. Because comments that you make in ways incite violence against perhaps other religions. And then you have this religion attacking this religion. Oh, they attacked us first. Oh, they attacked us first. So I think now is the time for our religious leaders to come together and preach peace. And tolerance is very important. So once again, I would say conclusively that I think we need, there's never been a time to call for peace and to call for tolerance and to call for unity as now, using our voices, using our platforms to advocate for peace. Because at the end of the day, like I said, it's just turning and turning and turning. And Nigerians are just looking at who is the next person to fall victim.
Tonight, as we mark the World Health Day, we will be addressing concerns in the health sector in Nigeria, even as reps prescribe compulsory 5-year local practice for Nigeria-trained doctors. And African nations reiterate requests to join BRICS amid ongoing global political woes. This is Plus Politics. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. A bill to prevent Nigeria-trained medical or dental practitioners from being granted full licenses until they have worked for a minimum of 5 years in the country has passed second reading in the House of Representatives. With Nigeria's healthcare system plagued by massive brain drain, with a mass exodus of medical doctors and other skilled workers, the House of Representatives passed for the second reading the bill to stem the worrisome tide. Honorable Ganiyu Johnson, who raised the motion, expressed concern that it is only fair for medical practitioners who enjoy taxpayer subsidies on their training in local institutions give back to society by working for a minimum of 5 years in the country before exploring their skills abroad. Now, as we mark the World Health Day, the Minister of Health, Osagie Ihanire, has said health systems can only function with healthy workers, improving health services coverage and realizing that the right to the enjoyment of highest attainable standard of health is dependent on their availability, accessibility, acceptability, and quality. Well, joining us live to discuss this is Tunji Abdul Hamid, a public affairs analyst. Thank you for joining us on the program, Tunji.
Thank you for having me, Agaji. Good evening.
Okay, we are hoping to be joined by a medical practitioner later on in the show, and we do hope that when he comes, we can just bring him to answer the questions that we have for him. But Tunji, let's look at what the House of Reps has proposed, that if you are a locally trained medical practitioner, you should practice for up to 5 years before you're given a license, so that even if you have to, like we say these days, jackpot, we know that you have put in 5 years. It's like, you know, going to school in Nigeria and you have to do a compulsory 1 year service to your nation. That's what they're proposing 5 years for the medical practitioners. Let us get to hear what you feel about this proposal by the House of Reps.
I argue that would be unfair and will be a breach of their fundamental right. That's Section 34 of the Constitution of Nigeria as amended. For me, I am not unaware of the intention of that bill, The intention is to ensure that we don't have a brain drain any longer. I think for me, that particular law will amount to discrimination. It will amount to breach of fundamental rights, and it will be unfair on the part of those medical doctors for them to be put into what I call compulsory and forced labor, because that to me, that means you are making me to work where I do not have intention of working, or where I have no choice that I have to stay put. For me, it's a breach of the fundamental right. Like I said earlier on again, I am aware that medical doctors are moving out of the country. Not only them, even lawyers are moving, bankers, so many other of them. And the reason behind it, I don't know why the justification for saying medical doctor must stay 5 years, apart from they want to cover a brain drain, I don't know. Because most of these doctors did not go to school for free. They may argue they will subsidize. So if you subsidize, it is not only them. All universities in Nigeria will be said to have been subsidized. In other words, if you went to school and read law, you went to school and read accounting, you read any other courses, you have benefited from the government. So you should be forced to work wherever the government feels you should be able to work, or work in Nigeria. If I also talking about those who have been trained by government, how about those who went to private university that they pay money, they pay fee for their training without any sort of government contributing anything to it in terms of what they call it, a subsidy, or subsidizing the fee they pay. So for me, it's unfair. It will be unfair on the medical doctor. It will be unfair it will be a breach of the fundamental right. I expect the government to look at why do we have a brain drain? Why are they running out of the country? Why are they going elsewhere? The answer is simple. For me, the question is that there is no conducive environment in this country. There is no enabling environment. There is no equipment or facility for them to be able to work with. There is no money commensurate with what they are doing. People, they are not being paid. The money they are being paid cannot take them home. Talk about feeding their family or feeding them. So, but if I will support the bill, if there will be a clause in that bill that will say within that 5 years, what they will be paid will be commensurate to what they will take abroad if they are travel abroad to go and do to offer their services abroad. But asking them to stay put for 5 years before considering whatever they want to do, even if they have the opportunity abroad, so before they go there, will be unfair and will be a breach of the constitutional right as far as I'm concerned. They should also not only look at them staying back, they should also look at why are you going back? Why are we traveling? And in that regard, if you say what they have been paid here is what they complain of, I expect the government to also make that payment commensurate with what is obtainable abroad. Most of these people who are talking, most of them will be in a position to send their children abroad to go and practice. Thereby, they will avoid the service of 5 years in the country. They can also put in that law that, look, any child or children of anybody who has head office in this country should not go abroad for any training, or after being trained in Nigeria or anywhere in the world, he must come back to Nigeria to work for 5 years before going out of before he cannot decide where to go to. That will make it fair for me. If the law applies to everywhere, that is accounting law and other people, even if when you study abroad and you are in Nigeria, you must come back home and come and do that 5 year compulsory medical practice. Then I will see it as a fair law in that regard. But as it is today, as far as I'm concerned, it's a breach of fundamental right, it's discriminatory, and it's unfair on the part of the medical doctor.
We're being joined by another guest that we promised earlier, but before we bring him on, let me just ask, why is it really, really unfair? Because as far as I'm concerned, it's the same thing that is happening in the National Youth Service Corps. You finish your 4 years or your 5 years or your 7 years, as the case may be, and you are, permit the word, forced to serve the country for 1 year. And you cannot go out and use whatever you're using because you have not served, if you have not served that 1 year. So is it because it is 5 years that it is so worrisome, or even the NYSC can be put into that same mold and said to be draconian?
It is unfair on the fact that it's made 5 years. If you're talking about NYSC, it applies to everybody. Whether you read medicine, whether you are a lawyer, whether you read accounting, whether you read this and that, you are bound to go for NYSC once you are within the age bracket. And then when you say it must be 5 years for medical doctor alone, then it's becoming discriminatory, and therefore it's unfair So as far as I'm concerned, making it compulsory for them to say, look, you must come and do this service in this Nigeria for 5 years, not thinking of how would they survive, what are the facilities provided for them to be able to train. Some of them travel out not because of the money. Some of them travel out because they want to acquire more experience and they want to acquire more knowledge because what they needed to work in Nigeria are not available. So it's unfair on their part for them to say, look, only medical doctor must spend 5 years after service. Studies is compulsory and it's part of their curriculum. That will not be part of the curriculum for everybody. It's just only for them. So that makes it discriminatory and that makes it unfair. So if it's not discriminatory, I will not say it's unfair. Because it's discriminatory, it's unfair because it not only applies to medical doctors, not everybody. The NYSC applies to every courses in Nigeria. And like I said, I want them to also extend it to anybody who train abroad if they want to go that route. To say, look, even if you go abroad to train, to train as medical doctor, you must come back to Nigeria. Once you are in Nigeria, you must do 5 years before you go anywhere. Because that is the shortcut they will be using. They have the ability to send their train abroad to go and train. They will not say they are exempted because they didn't train in Nigeria. So they want to. So to me, as far as I'm concerned, that's my own. In as much as I don't want us to have a brain drain. I think we should also not put people under unnecessary pressure. Forced labor. In other words, I don't want to work for you. You say I must stay back and work. And anyway, it will not be fair on them. And some of them may even be killer. They will become when I say killer here, I'm talking about somebody who's not willing to work, a medical doctor. You force him to work. He will just be doing whatever he likes. And then in the process, he may not even practice his job. He may not even practice the business the way it should be practiced. And then it may result to so many other unconsequential negative effects in that regard. So to me, it's unfair because it does not apply to everybody. It applies only to a category of people, and it's not general. NYSC is general, and then that cannot be compared with NYSC because this only applies to what's it called.
Thank you very much. We're being joined by Dr. Robinson Ebi, Chairman of the Nigerian Medical Association, Rivers State. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Ebi. Dr. Ebi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much for joining us on the show today.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, we're hearing what is happening in the House of Representatives, where a bill is being read and debated and passed for second reading to make sure that every doctor that trains in Nigeria will have to put in 5 compulsory years before they can export their talents to anywhere else in the world. How is the NMA taking that?
Thank you very much for having me. I'll be very straight to your question. You have called this law a bit of being draconian. I would say this is modern imprisonment and modern slavery, and the enemy is not taking it very lightly. We are taking it very seriously, and we are vehemently against this law. We are vehemently going to oppose this law. We will take them to court if it needs to get to that extent. Well, this is just the second reading. Then it's going to be the committee stage, and everybody will be invited to be on the table, and we are going to discuss this matter. So that law is not acceptable by the Nigerian doctors. We reject it in its entirety. We reject the concept to which they have been able to put this law together. And I think that this is quite unfair to the medical profession. In fact, it is what is going to be another killer machine for the medical profession. And no matter what they think, it's going to be counter and counterproductive. I thank your barrister and the explanations he has given to this. It is against our personality, it's against our creed, it's our mother, the health sector, the more, for putting up this law together.
Can you hear me? Yeah, we seem to be having a problem. Okay, go ahead, please.
All right. So for putting this law together, we say we are vehemently against this law, and then we reject it. In fact, the ideology of NYSC is quite different from this law that is trying to imprison medical professionals. The ideology of NYSC is for national integration, is for nationalization, and to bring the unity of this country to serve our country. But this is going to tell people that have been trained, that have their specialized skills, not to serve people, not to move out, not to explore the world. Even in this area of a global village, then they are trying to murder the medical profession, and the Nigerian doctors will stand against this law. You cannot tell us not to travel until after 5 years of practice. However, I must say categorically that even the doctors that are living are not even the only professors are living. Senior registrars are, so not even only the young doctors. So the irony of thinking that it's only the young doctors that live in the country is available to fight brain drain or whatever is acceptable. There are causes of brain drain, and we have not been able to sort out the factors causing brain drain. And you're coming to imprison people. I wonder what kind of society will conform to such a thing. We know that our services are measured in terms of quantity, and then people are ready to buy our services more than what you are offering. If you want us to be in the country and serve you, then raise up your game. However, medical education in Nigeria is not free. It's paid for. There are people that are still on loans trying to train their children and wards in medical school. There are people still trying to pay loans. Parents still trying to pay loans. Parents out of their savings
Dr. Ebi, Dr. Ebi, just a moment. The argument, yes. One of the arguments is that the medical doctors in Nigeria go to school with some kind of subsidy from the government. How far does this subsidy go if it does come to you as medical?
I have not seen any subsidy in terms of medical training. That is the universally acceptable acceptable fees that are being paid by every student. It is not peculiar to medical students or to medical education. Government infrastructures across board is being subsidized, both in education, in healthcare services, in transportation. Everything owned by government is subsidized. Then, what about those that have gone to private universities that paid heavily for this medical education? Were they also subsidized? Were their fees also subsidized? Were there any form of control for the private universities on what they charge for medical students? Medical students pay as much as 3, 5, 6 million per section in private universities. As much as 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 million, depending on the university. What subsidy? Parents pay. Parents take loans and make sure that their children undergo this medical education. So that ideology that medical education is subsidized is complete fallacy, and it's not acceptable to us.
Okay, let me just ask you this. People go out of the country not just because of, well, maybe everything is related to greener pastures, but some people go because they want to further their education. Some people go because they need to go and join their loved ones. Some people go for various reasons. But some other people go because of the conditions, the working conditions of or that exist in Nigeria. Now, the complaints have been that a lot of things have not been put in place to make the profession or to make the practice of medicine in Nigeria very comfortable. That's why some people are going out. If that is the case, what are some of those things that are lacking in Nigerian medical space, health space, that will make a doctor to leave Nigerian shores to another place to seek that which can be provided in Nigeria?
Yes, it is very obvious. Yes, it's very obvious that it may not necessarily be for greener pastures why people are leaving the country, why medical personnel are leaving the country. Like the colleague, like Barrister Tunji have said, it's not only doctors that are leaving, pharmacists, med lab scientists, radiographers are all leaving. So this is not necessarily because of greener pastures or welfare-related issues. However, it should be also noticed that the infrastructure development of the country, this the working environment for these doctors or healthcare providers is also very, very questionable. Now, healthcare financing has been an issue. Most of the health sectors are underfunded. And when they are underfunded, the management of those health facilities have not been able to put in place necessary infrastructure to enhance effective healthcare delivery. So I want to just enumerate that healthcare financing has been a very serious challenge. Power is a challenge. Security is a challenge. I can go on and on and on and on. So apart from welfare-related issues and greener pastures, these are some of the other influential circumstances that affect the human capital flight or that pushes medical and healthcare providers to leave the country. So some of these things are not in place. Most of our public sectors are not funded. In fact, let us cast our mind back to the COVID era. Nigeria witnessed even a reduction in the allocation of funds from the federal treasury to health, even during a pandemic. It's as bad as that. It is as bad as that. The Nigerian healthcare funding has never grown above 15%. I've never. In fact, it has always been between 5 and 6% of our gross budget. Our budget allocation to healthcare has always gone below 10%. As against the WHO recommendation. So how do you get universal health? So some of these things are the issues. Meanwhile, the environment is not comfortable. Meanwhile, other participations and other things that are meant to be put in place is not in place for them to function. And then they need to really go out and also get other specialized training for themselves. The training environment is not conducive. There is no adequate training. There is no adequate fund for research because there is nothing you do. You cannot separate medicine from research. You cannot separate medicine from research. So medical education is research-based. Where is the research funds? Where are the funds for research? These are the questions. So it is not only it's not only welfare. It's not only greener pasture. We have issues with what? Funding. We have issues with specialized manpower training. We have issues with security. We have also issues with community participation and others and can go on and go on. So these are the issues surrounding fueling the brain drain we see today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me come back to you, Tunji. We have agreed that, okay, there is a problem. Brain drain, if we call it brain drain, is not just people going from one place to the other to explore. But if we call it brain drain, then there is actually a problem. But we've also established the fact that it may not be the best solution to just compulsorily give 5 years to people to stay back and do whatever they need to do, even though some people may not even ever in their life travel out, even as medical doctors. But if you say 5 years is compulsory, it becomes like a prison to them. What recommendations, what alternatives should be explored by the National Assembly, by the government, to seek to proffer the solutions that will make the brain drain to stop instead of 5 years compulsory service?
You see, like for myself, for instance, I'm not a medical doctor, I'm a lawyer. For me to even travel out for 2 weeks, even though the environment is not conducive, it's difficult for me. If you beg me with a visa, I mean, I will even return it to you for 2 weeks. So to anywhere in the world, because it will affect you. So if you make the environment conducive in terms of providing the adequate facility, security, and then the money is there to survive, to complement what they are doing. You know what? You see a medical doctor who is a consultant who has been in practice for 25 years, to pay school fees of 250,000 naira is a problem. To feed his family is a problem. And you expect that kind of person to stay put and when there is another opportunity somewhere. For example, now we are even talking about the younger ones. It's not only the younger that are traveling. The old ones are traveling. 25 years in practice, 30 years in practice. And for me to even think of, for them to even think that when you are young, that's when you are not supposed to travel, it's wrong. That 5 years you are used in Nigeria, you have built them enough. That's when we are supposed to benefit from their experience. That's when you are now importing them outside, or you are allowing them to go. So for me, what they need to do is not about anything. It's not about forcing people to do compulsory labor or another slave trade, another slave trade work. What they need to do is to ensure that, look, we have a conducive environment, a medical situation whereby those who are the president, the minister, the governor, the attorney, whatever, can stay in Nigeria and attend those medical facilities. That is it. If it's that conducive enough, that if for example, a governor built a world-class hospital and he has just a minor headache in abroad, that means there's no confidence in that system in Nigeria. So they are also telling us that, look, we don't have trust in this system. We don't have trust in this medical facility here. So if they provide enough medical facility, if they make the salary commensurate with what the people are brought to pay, and make everything proper, nobody want to travel and go and suffer himself somewhere and then start leaving family. Some of them go as far as leaving their family in Nigeria. They will be there. The wife will be in Nigeria. He will be abroad. Do you think anybody like that? No. Because they have no choice. They have to move out and get more things to be done. Even in Nigeria, you cannot even get more experience because the facilities are not there for you to be able to get that experience you are looking for. So if they don't want them to travel, it's not about compulsory law. It's not about making it compulsory that you must stay somewhere. Make the environment conducive. That's the solution. Make the environment conducive in terms of providing every facility, in terms of ensuring they have a good pay. That will be enough. That they will stay back. That's just the truth. So if you say that will be the solution, asking them to stay back for 5 years, you are making them to stay against their wish. And for me, like I said, it's forced labor. It's contrary to the provision of Section 34 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's discriminatory. It's unfair. That is the way I see it. And it's going back to area of having a slavery. And that's what I think. So just make the environment conducive. That's just the solution. Once the environment is conducive, the medical facilities are there. There's nothing you want to get abroad you don't have in Nigeria. The pay are commensurate with what they are doing. Then they will stay back. So you don't have to force anybody to stay, not to stay in Nigeria or to stay in Nigeria for 5 years or whatever. Like I said again, I want to repeat it again. That first 5 years is most crucial for them because that is the year they get the experience more. So if you take them out within that 5 years, after the 5 years, we are supposed to be gaining their worth of experiences. That is when you now allow them to go out of the country and then go and give it to people outside the country. It doesn't make sense to me as far as I'm concerned. So what I think we should do, like I said, I want to repeat it, is just one solution. Make the environment conducive. Provide good welfare. Provide good remuneration. Then they will stay put. That's just my own way of doing it.
Okay, Dr. Ebi, now from you, let's take a final word from you. If the government wants to do a revamp of the medical sector or the health sector, they may not be able to carry all the eggs at the same time and do everything at the same time. What are some of the most pressing things, maybe 1, 2, 3, that they need to do urgently if they want to stop this brain drain and improve the medical or the health sector in Nigeria? Very few of those things that we need to, like they say, low-hanging fruits that must be done urgently before we look to doing the rest of the things that we need to do. We seem...
Can you hear me?
Yes, okay, we can
hear you
me.
Now.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you very much. Sorry, the network has not been very friendly.
That's all right.
I want to say that first, we have to take the issues of health very critical. And thank God that today is World Health Day, and the theme for today is health for all. And that means equitable health for all. Health without race, health without status, health without gender, health without tribe. Whoever, wherever you are, you should have access towards effective and efficient healthcare service. My dear, I will say the first thing I want to advocate is that there should be a law restricting every public officer, public office holder from leaving this country to seek healthcare from outside with taxpayers' money. And every public officer must use the government or public health facility in this country. Just do that for us. and let's see whether the health sector will not improve. We have forgotten in a hurry that when COVID came,
let's wrap
everybody
up.
was
Let's wrap up,
stuck.
Doctor. Yes, go ahead.
When COVID came, everybody was stuck. I pray COVID never comes again. But if it does, it may be worse on us. Therefore, if that is done, then welfare will be secondary. Every doctor will stay. Everybody will be in this country and develop our healthcare delivery system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Even though, Doctor, it sounded like do me, I do you, but it's well put, and we're hoping that people who are concerned are listening now. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll be addressing global politics as world powers come together to create their new currencies, thereby neglecting the dollar, also known as the BRIC Alliance. Just stay with us.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
China and Brazil on Wednesday reached a deal to trade in their currencies, dumping the US dollar. The deal will reduce their dependence on the US dollar, given that China is Brazil's biggest trading partner, with a record US dollars 150.5 billion in bilateral trade in 2022. The deal comes months after the deputy director of the Russian Foreign Ministry Foreign Policy Planning Department stated that the BRICS countries are working on establishing a new reserve. That reserve currency is supposed to better serve their economic interests. The BRICS, a bloc of emerging market economies comprising Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, accounts for 26% of global GDP. China and Brazil on Wednesday reached a deal to trade in their currencies, dumping the US dollar. The deal will reduce their dependence on the US dollar, given that China is Brazil's biggest trading partner, with a record $150.5 billion in bilateral trade in 2022. The deal comes months after the deputy director of the Russian Foreign Ministry's Foreign Policy Planning Department stated that the BRICS countries are working on establishing a new reserve currency to better serve their economic interests. The BRICS, a bloc of emerging market economies comprising Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, account for 26% of global GDP and 20% of global trade, and more than 40% of the world's population. As of the fourth quarter of 2022, exports in BRICS accounted for 16% of Nigeria's total exports, while exports to the U.S. were, at the same period, only 7.15%. Analysts say that the increasing influence of BRICS requires that Nigeria strengthens diplomatic ties with the BRICS while diversifying the complexity of its exports. Algiers, Argentina, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Iran, Egypt, Mexico, Nigeria, Pakistan, Sudan, Syria, Turkey, the United Arab Emirates, Venezuela, and Zimbabwe are among the countries showing interest in joining BRICS. Well, joining us to discuss the direct impact of joining the BRICS Forum in Nigeria and its political space is Ikenna Agbaso, a political analyst. Good evening and welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, my brother. Good to have you.
Okay, just so we break down the grammar, as Nigerians will say, just tell us a little bit more about what this BRICS really is.
So as rightly said, it is multiple countries coming together to try and change the general trajectory that the world has been going in, which is dollar. So Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and a whole list of other countries, about 13 countries have all applied, including Nigeria, have applied to join the BRICS. As you said earlier, that I was even unaware, Nigeria has exported 16% to BRICS and about 7% to America. Yeah. So that means we already have established relations with the BRICS. So this is welcome news for Nigeria, actually, because now our currency is going to increase in value.
How is that going to be?
Okay, perfect. So the reason the dollar is as strong as it is because it's the trading currency of the world for oil, which goes all over the world. So now all the oil producing countries are part of BRICS or are joining BRICS or have applied to join BRICS. So if they are no longer using this trading power to trade, as if you mentioned trade between China and Brazil, 150 plus billion just last year. So imagine taking that away from the dollar and that being thrown into another currency, the yuan or rupees or the different currencies that they're going to now use. This is an advantage for countries that are part of that.
But is this just breaking the monotony of or monopoly of a dollar, or it's just a rebellion against the dollar, or there was a real necessity for this to happen?
Well, we say in a democratic world that monopolies should never exist, right? That's part of democracy, that monopolies don't need to exist. Why is the dollar the only trading currency in a global world? And there's nothing wrong with a second option. And I imagine that this is going to make both, there are some people who are afraid that, joining the BRICS is going from frying pan to fire, going from America to Russia and Chinese rule. Do we know what that is like, and the rest, right? We understand that fear. But it is always good to have multiple options. We should be able to use, and no, I mean, there's a lot of sentiment that can be attached to this shift away from the dollar. You know, of course, the Russia-Ukraine war definitely impacted that, because Russia yesterday at the UN, or day before yesterday, they said, well, we cannot trade in dollar. We're not allowed to receive dollar. We still need to trade. So those that are fine with trading with us, we use another currency then. So that's necessity. They've been pushed to the wall and are reacting in that manner. But apart from them, whatever is moving them to make this move, me here for Nigeria, I'm happy with.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, what I'm seeing here is that for a very long time,
America has had that monopoly.
Yes.
And they've controlled the world economy because the dollar is the trading currency as it is. I'm not too sure America will take it lying down low. But what do you think that they might want to do to stay relevant?
Well, someone said to me today that yes, oil. Part of the reason the dollar is as strong as it is because it's the currency that is used to trade oil. So the situation now is, I believe that this is actually going to make America be more diplomatic and friendly to other people because they are making more enemies. So it is going to be a time where they're going to approach foreign diplomacy a bit better. People say, oh, China does better. They come and build roads and this and that and set up infrastructure in your countries. What did America ever do for you? What has America ever built for you here in Africa? You know, there are those arguments, you know. But as I say, I think this is welcome because this gives Nigeria a chance. We're going into a phase where we're industrializing more. We're going to go heavily into industrialization. This is where Nigeria should be.
We really haven't seen that move to industrialize our country, as it were. Because why I was asking how this is an advantage to us is that if the naira, for instance, is very weak against the dollar, the factors that make the naira to be weak are mostly like the fact that we are not a very industrial nation as it is. We don't produce as much as we consume. That is why our money is so low against the dollar. When we change from the dollar to any other currency, and the situation of the country is the same thing, it means, in my layman's head, it means that we're just moving our misfortune from one place to the other. Because we're not prepared to go and tap into that advantage that a different currency will give us.
The truth that yes, despite the economic climate not being favorable enough to industrialists, where only a few can afford to go through the pains and struggle of power, this and that, right? Can afford to go through that. I think there's still a lot of people that are daring to still invest in Nigeria because Nigeria is the best investment. So there's still some moves. Yes, we may not be moving as fast and not enough of us are investing in Nigeria, yes, but some are, and it's a great time for us. Because yes, by the way, to this, I'm not saying we should join and just join from one party to the other, no. I'm saying join and actually use our heads. Nigerians, we need to industrialize. And though difficult, though extremely difficult.
What are some of these things? What are some of these things that are making the economic climate, for instance, not being favorable for investment and industrialization that we're looking for?
Of course, the standard ones, which is security. For foreign investments, the biggest issue is security in Nigeria, insecurity in Nigeria. For us locally, for us Nigerians, I would say poor infrastructure. Poor infrastructure is what is making us struggle. When I say poor infrastructure, of course, I'm talking about power. Inability to get power, and if you're able to get it, the cost of it is an arm and a leg, and maybe a bit more. So such examples. So that is why these are factors that yes, I think we are going to beat.
But if we beat these factors, it's not because we have jettisoned the dollar, for instance. It's not because we are now using yuan. How do they call the currency? Yuan. We are now using yuan or any other currency. But I would have expected that countries that want to join the BRICS have something to bring to the table, and so that when the argument comes, we know that we also have something to hold the other countries, I don't want to use the word to ransom and all that, but if we are going empty-handed, as it is, just because every other country is clamoring to go.
Nigeria
Apart from that, we are producing oil.
Okay. Let us re-identify Nigeria. Because despite all the problems that Nigeria has, Nigeria is still the heart of Africa. And Nigeria is the spearhead of Africa. Nigeria is value on its own. Nigeria is one of the most valuable countries in the whole world. It's its people that have not accepted Nigeria's identity and its value. There's enough value in every single state in Nigeria for every single state to be self-sustainable and not need trade beyond the next state. They don't even need to import anything.
So you believe this alliance with the BRICS will give us the opportunity to explore our potential to the full?
Yes. I mean, what I'm saying is that it's a better economic climate. A better economic climate naturally betters the possibilities of things growing. We need the oxygen to breathe for us to function. You know, so this is an example. What's in my estimate, I don't know if I should say this on air, but in my estimate, we should have $400 naira to $1 by the end of the year.
By the end of the year? I like it too.
Maybe
but we're still talking dollars, you see. We're so used to dollar.
No problem. I'm just saying, but
that means because of this,
yes,
because of the shift from the dollar, the value of the dollar will come down as well,
automatically,
and that of the naira will go up. Well, I don't know much about this economics and all those things, but my concern is, okay, a group of countries has decided to come together to form an alternative alliance, to form an alternative economic climate, as it were, and all that. And everybody that is coming at this time is like a pioneer for this formation that they're going to do. And I'm just thinking about what Nigeria, apart from the fact that we have a population which in itself is a market, a very big market for everybody to want to come and invest. But what else are we offering? What are those things? What is even our foreign policy that will make us tap into this opportunity so much so that we will move at a pace that we want to move? I'm just
well, I cannot speak on behalf of our government or our new coming government. I cannot speak on behalf of them. I don't know what policies and how they're going to handle foreign alliances. I don't know. But
well, if you were to advise, what would you say? Going into this kind of alliance, what are some of the things?
What Nigeria needs is to produce. Nigeria needs to manufacture. We have all the raw materials we need. We have the human capital. We have the capital. Let us work.
Okay.
That's if Nigeria does that. If I believe that the pressure, any government that is ruling is under pressure from now on. People might say not much was accomplished in this last election, but what was accomplished is that whoever rules, he knows now that Nigerians are watching him, and you need to work. You need to actually work. Accountability is great. It's about time our leaders became accountable to the people, and we're heading in that direction. So that is progress. So I expect a better economic climate so we can all go and work. That is my hope.
Okay. We were looking at the implications, what Nigeria was bringing to the table and all that. But let's come back to the local economy, because when people begin to hear that we're not so much interested in trading in the dollar and all that, with that confusion that comes, what are those benefits that will be accruable to the local people in the local market, the local sellers, the local industrialists, the local barbers, everybody who is trying to contribute one thing or the other to the economy, so that when we grow together?
Okay, well, as I said earlier, I think the dollar is going to lose sizable margins. So that actually, what is going to happen internationally that is going to devalue the dollar gives us the chance to trade more. You'll be buying dollar for cheaper, you can buy more stuff for cheaper. The dollar is not going to get phased out in a second. It's still going to be a trading currency, just not at what is the current rate now. Whatever the current rate now is, 750, 760.
Yeah.
Okay,
Black market.
I'm saying it's going to be a lot lesser, which gives us more trading ability. Your barber, your farmer, everybody can afford some more things. Do you understand?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, because now the dollar is high because anywhere in the world you're trading, it is the dollar that's going to be used.
No more.
If the diversification now happens, where you can use another thing, for instance, you use the yuan, which is the Chinese currency, and most of our imports and exports are going to the countries like China that we're using their currency. Common sense will just tell me that it is possible that the yuan will rise in value more than even the dollar, because even when we're trying to export, we are not exporting much from America. We're exporting more from the Asian countries and all that, from the Asian countries, from China, and then from Europe and all that. So if this is happening, is it not just, I'm still just trying to understand, is it just not that the dollar that is from the West, where we are not doing our trade much from, is no longer having this value, but the place we are doing the trade much from, which is like China and all that, is now having a currency that has a higher value here. Will it not affect us the same way the dollar is affecting us right now?
Well, you know that we're going to still, we're an oil producing country.
Yeah.
So the major product in this whole mix.
I don't even know if we can call ourselves an oil-producing country. We mine oil, and that is the.
Yes.
When it comes to the real production that gives.
Oh no! I mean, but also, Dangote's refinery is coming very soon. Very, very soon. So the story, the dynamic is changing already. Slowly. I know it's not moving as fast as we need it to, but you cannot lie that the dynamic, Nigeria is advancing and progressing. For sure, just not quickly enough, because the right parties are not involved. There are too many personal angles involved rather than what is best for the people. So these things are what are slowing us down. We definitely need to all demand more from our leaders. It is time. I believe the progress we've made from these elections is more, the accountability level is a lot higher. The demand from the people, from their leaders to work, is so much higher. So I believe these little things, they might seem small, but they are very significant in the grand scheme of things.
Okay, let's just hear you describe Nigeria, what it portends for Nigeria, this emerging BRICS bloc that is happening. I'm glad that when we are mentioning the countries that make up the BRICS, at least we had South Africa inside, which is an African country. So Africa is well represented as it is, and we have
Algeria
Brazil.
has applied.
They are applying, but these people that really make the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. So I'm really glad about
these
that.
are key players. Yeah. These are key global players
that other people want to join.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so
Saudi Arabia is joining, major.
Okay. Let's just, to wrap it up, take a final word. Describe our Nigeria for us, now that we are going to take advantage of these, and just reassure the people, because everything that is coming up new, people like to sit back and they're not too sure of it. And there's always that fear that maybe we are going from, like you said, from frying pan to fire. So just give us a final word as to how we should be glad or not be glad about this.
Well, what I will say is that always a monopoly is never good. 1. 2, alliances. The way for progress is for people to come together and work together. Yes, we all have our hesitations about the BRICS alliance, but there are parties in there like South Africa. South Africa is represented. Saudi is joining. These are not jokers. Even if you might feel somehow about Nigeria, these other people that are coming to join are not jokers. So I hope it will not be that bad. So of course, we cannot sit here and say for certain, what it's going to be, but I imagine that this alliance, I know that the only way forward is through alliances for humanity. We all put our differences aside and work together for the greater good.
Okay, well, we'd like to thank you so much for coming on the show today to really put our minds to rest, because it's like, okay, Nigeria is taking another step. Will it be for our benefit or for something really a bit even worse than what we have been experiencing? But I'm glad that you're taking it in a positive way, and you're telling us that it is a really good thing for Nigeria. We do hope that this alliance brings a better future for Nigeria, because our country is in dire need of a way, a path that we can take and become better than we are right now. Ikenna Agbaso, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Thank you very much,
today.
my brother. I appreciate you.
Okay, this is where we wrap it up on the show today, but we'll leave you as usual. Today is Friday with what has happened within the course of the week. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Bye for now.
My name is Dakpo Ademosu. Here is my good old day story. I am always filled with nostalgia each time I remember those good old days. I look into the past with joy and gaze into the future with hopes of brighter things to come. I have many stories to tell. Was it when I followed my mother to J. Allen at Okebola in Ibadan to buy her brand new Mitsubishi Lancer car at a price of 1,310 naira? Or was it when she decided to change one of the tires of the very same car that she has used regularly for over 3 years at 22 naira? Those were interesting days when you dare not bring home a strange pencil or ruler without getting the beating of your life as if you stole a goat in the marketplace. Days at my former school, United Missionary College, Ibadan, UMC, when you would prefer to run away instead of facing a beating for losing your Cortina shoes, even though it was only one leg you lost, but still the same offense. After a school football 3-a-side set with our monkey posts. Oh, our parents at that time certainly did not spare the rod just to ensure that we are all who we are today. We surely turned out good. Wow, life was good in those days when every naming ceremony must come with puff puff or pancake for the whole neighborhood. And each time you see those covered dishes arriving, you know that somebody is doing a naming ceremony nearby. We all rejoice because we have to share in the puff puff. And same thing goes with the Ileya meat. Every neighbor shares the Ileya meat with the neighbors. And later years, we were always excited when school vacation was approaching for possible openings in organizations for a 1-month vacation job, which is supposed to train us on the value of money. And we were trained to develop a sense of responsibility and a culture of savings. How can I forget growing up with Kolo in my possession, which now all the children call piggy banks? That is, if any child has a piggy bank anymore. Every child had one those days. Sadly today, the narratives are different. Wealth acquisition mentally has taken over the drive for relevance. Even those with no visible trackable jobs have become role models of some sort, rolling out stocks of followers on the internet with no visible means of income or revenue that can always be substantiated. And I stop to think, why can't we have a brighter future that will be better than those good old days? Can we change the narrative? Yes, we can. Our children deserve a brighter and a better tomorrow, not a good old days, because that is gone forever. But we can still build on the future with discipline, foresight, and perseverance. Let us make the difference now for the sake of our children's tomorrow. Today, I join Shemore in his collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back.
Good afternoon, I'm Olamide Adeyemi, and this is the news update. Christians in Nigeria joined their counterparts across the globe to celebrate Easter in Thanksgiving. Various denominations, including the Catholic Church of Assumption, Ikoyi, Lagos, had a large crowd of worshippers who believe that the resurrection of Jesus Christ after his crucifixion gives hopes to all. Plus TV News correspondent Emmanuel Olubobokun reports.
Parishioners gather for usual service on a day like this to mark the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Agent of justice, agent of fair play.
There is our Holy Communion session, which symbolizes the Last Supper Jesus Christ had with his disciples. Speaking on the essence of the day, the parish priest, Father Francis Ike, notes that Christ's resurrection is a symbol of hope for mankind.
Jesus didn't abandon those who had abandoned him. Even though the apostles had not shared in the crucifixion and pain of Jesus, he still shared his resurrection with them. Can we today, beloved people of God, sheep our soul of enmity, our soul of malice, our soul of tribalism, our soul of hatred, our soul of tribal profiling, and take all and sundry as our brothers and our sisters, just as Jesus came to die for humanity.
Gratitude to God is expressed in singing and dancing. Outside the auditorium, parishioners bear their minds on the season at a time when Nigeria is grappling with socio-economic and political challenges.
Easter gives me hope. It's the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. That is victory over death. He holds the key to success, God's blessings, God's graces, and His abundant mercy in our lives.
This season generally impacts so much. For me personally, it impacts on my spiritual life because it's a time for reflection for me. So I have to sit down, go through my life, reflect on the sacraments that are embedded in the celebration, and stay away from my old ways, be a new person, come closer to God, become more closer to Christ, and then be the reflection of Jesus Christ to the world.
Without Easter, I don't think we will this world will still exist by now. So Easter is a season to be grateful and a time to be, a time that Christ died and resurrected, in which He washed away our sin.
Hope remains the core message for the season as Nigerians look to better days. Emmanuel Odubobukun, Plus TV News.
And as Christians around the world celebrate Easter this year, the president of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Archbishop Daniel Oko, said Nigeria can draw lessons from the life of Jesus Christ and the power of his might. Oko said as a nation, Nigeria has faced many challenges in recent years, from insecurity and economic instabilities to social and political unrest, but believes that just as Christ rose from the dead and brought new life to the world, Nigeria too can rise above all challenges and start afresh. He also called for unity and love devoid of ethno-religious biases, while noting that the less privileged be remembered and cared for. The Nigerian Labour Congress has vowed to resist any attempt by the government to criminalize the right of Nigerians to peaceful protest against the ills perpetrated by operators of the Nigerian state. And it is the message issued by the NLC President, Comrade Joe Ajero. The union urged Nigerian workers and all Nigerians to imbibe the virtues of Easter through the manifestation of the spirit of love, through forgiveness, sacrifice, hope, and sincerity. The organized labor union added that the death of Jesus Christ on the cross, which marks the commemoration of Easter, offers humanity a chance for deep reflection on the virtues of the greatest love and sacrifice, and also of undying hope. And also, as Nigerians join the rest of the world in marking this year's Ramadan, Muslim faithfuls have been advised to imbibe the spirit of tolerance, love for one another, and also to live in harmony. This was the thrust of the annual Salvador lecture and Zakat held on Sunday in Surulere, Lagos. In his lecture, the Labour Party chieftain, Chief Moshood Salvador, stressed the need for Muslims to observe the teachings and tenets of the Prophet and also care for one another, especially the poor and needy in the society.
It is very important for individuals to at least do something for the populace, so that whatever we're talking about, they will even have certain hope, no matter how little, from somewhere. You give them food to eat, you give them water to drink, you give them clothes to wear. I say to all Muslims is to think about others. Love is very, very cogent. It's very, very important. I experienced some.
Chief Salvador also spoke on the significance of Ramadan.
Ramadan is the month of soberness. Ramadan is the month of forgiveness. Ramadan is the month of love. Ramadan is the month of taking care of people. So it is not until you even have 1 billion or 2 billion before you can assist. Even if you have 1,000, 20 naira can do something fantastic if you don't know. That is why it is just my own pleasure. It is the way I met it from my own father, and I've been doing it for over 27 years now, every year.
Meanwhile, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the last presidential election, Mr. Peter Obi, has said he was saddened by reports of the gruesome killing of the internally displaced people in Benue State and other parts of Benue, and also the kidnapping of dozens of people in Wanzamai village in Zamfara. Obi, who condemned the aforesaid ugly incident in Benue and Zamfara State, urged the government and other stakeholders to take extraordinary measures to address this menace that is impacting negatively on the nation. The former Anambra governor made the remarks on his Twitter page. And in Rivers, the governorship candidate of the Social Democratic Party, Magnus Abe, has vowed to challenge the outcome of the March 18th governorship election in the state in court. INEC declared the People's Democratic Party candidate Siminalayi Fubara as the winner of the election. However, the All Progressive Congress had rejected the outcome and vowed to approach the court for redress. In a statement on Saturday, Abe declared his intention to seek legal redress in order to overturn the victory of the PDP in the state. Meanwhile, the All Progressive Congress, APC, has described the claim that it was behind the leadership crisis rocking the opposition Labour Party as untrue. Thursday, Lamidi Apapa, the deputy national chairman of the Labour Party in the South, declared that he has taken charge of the affairs of the party. The declaration came a few hours after Julius Abure, the national chairman of the Labour Party, alleged the thugs aided by police officers invaded the party's headquarters in the Federal Capital Territory and caused damage to the property. Abure claimed that the invasion was sponsored by the APC to destabilize the party and its challenge of the presidential election won by Bola Tinubu. Reacting to the allegation in a statement, Felix Moka, the National Publicity Secretary of the APC, described the claim as the Labour Party's morbid obsession with his party. He condemned Abure's accusation as unfathomable and infertile, and also told the Labour Party national chairman to face the travels of his party without blaming it on the APC. A former judge of the International Court of Justice and a former Attorney General of Nigeria, Bola Ajibola, has died at the age of 89. Ajibola, the founder of Crescent University at Abeokuta, died on Saturday night after a long-term illness as a result of old age. The eldest child of the late jurist, Segun Ajibola SEN, disclosed this in a statement earlier today in Abeokuta. He wrote, with very deep hurt and gratitude to Almighty Allah, our dad, Prince Bola Ajibola, departed this world over the midnight. May Almighty Allah bless him with Al-Jannah Firdaus. And to other parts of Africa, a rapist and murderer who escaped a South African prison by faking his own death has been arrested in Tanzania. Thabo Bester was at large for a year after it was thought he died by setting himself on fire in his prison cell. A manhunt was launched last month after a new post-mortem investigation revealed the body was not actually his. Bester was caught on Friday with his girlfriend and a third suspect and will be extradited to South Africa. Bester is known as the Facebook rapist for using the social networking site to lure his victims. He was convicted in 2012 for the rape and murder of his model girlfriend. A year earlier, he was found guilty of raping and robbing 2 other women. In March, the police opened a new murder investigation after further tests revealed the deceased was not Bester and that the unidentified person had died from blunt force trauma to the head. Bester's escape sparked outrage in South Africa, which has one of the highest rates of sexual assault in the world. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Olamide Adeyemi, and thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Bunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us today. On this episode of Red Carpet, we'll feature a Malawian painter's work illustrating the unbreakable bond between music and culture among Africans, an event by Mashoud Creations celebrating Black History Month, and FESPACO opens in Burkina Faso. Let's begin the show. And let's start the show with some highlights of the latest entertainment news from around the world. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences has established a crisis team in response to last year's Academy Awards incident in which actor Will Smith went on stage and slapped comedian Chris Rock. This year, the Oscar ceremony is being held on March the 12th, according to Academy CEO Bill Kramer. Queens New York native Evie Rockwell's debut feature, 1001, took the grand prize for the U.S. dramatic competition at this year's Sundance Film Festival. The film stars Teyana Taylor making her debut as a leading actor. Rockwell's cast Taylor after watching hundreds of tapes for the role of Inez, a young woman who kidnaps her son Terry from the foster system and becomes fiercely dedicated to providing him with a sense of home and identity. That is according to reports. And former film producer Harvey Weinstein was given 16 additional years in prison after a jury convicted him of the rape and sexual assault of an Italian actor and model. Weinstein was earlier sentenced to 23 years in 2020 for a similar conviction in New York. A U.S. judge has handed disgraced R&B singer R. Kelly a 20-year prison term for child pornography and other charges, but he will serve most of it concurrently with a previous sentence. Kelly is already serving a 30-year sentence he received after a Brooklyn jury in a separate federal trial convicted him on racketeering and trafficking charges. R. Kelly's lawyer is appealing both of the singer's federal convictions. The 28th Pan-African Film and Television Festival of Ouagadougou was held recently in the Burkinabe capital. The fight against terrorism was at the center of the speeches presented. We get more from VOA's Yakuba Ouedraogo and Thierry Kouare. The 2023 opening choreography of FESPACO by Serge Aimé Coulibaly was inspired by Martin Luther King's famous phrase, "I have a dream."
Attention, le peuple
dream for a better tomorrow for Burkina Faso and for Africa was represented in a creation built around patriotism and the fight against terrorism.
Well, I heard about the terrorist attack on my way when I was kind of entering the plane. But for some reasons, I'm not bothered at all because, you see, these things happen everywhere in the world, and I believe I'm going to go back home safe.
Competing film productions in different categories address the ongoing security crisis. The Malian Prime Minister, Choguel Kokala Maiga, was present at the opening of FESPACO alongside his Burkinabe counterpart, and he returned to the idea of a federation between Mali and Burkina Faso.
We have discussed a lot on this issue of the Mali-Burkina Federation with other countries, and what I heard today from men of culture is to say to politicians, carry on, follow your people, don't fail, don't hesitate, don't look back, your people are with you.
The competition divided 170 films into 10 categories. 15 films from 13 countries are battling for the Yenega Gold Stallion, the most coveted trophy. The closing is scheduled for March the 4th. Malawian visual artist Tapiwa Mlinga is one of the 5 African artists whose work is being highlighted on the cover of notebooks printed by Africa No Filter, a Kenya-based art organization. Mlinga was among the over 100 artists from across Africa who participated in the competition to provide artwork and provided an interpretation for the theme celebrating Africa's creative power. Red Carpet caught up with her in Lilongwe to talk about her work. The painting that won Tapiwa Mlinga a top 5 spot is an illustration depicting the unbreakable bond between music and culture among Africans. The 26-year-old visual artist says that success came as a surprise but has inspired her to aim high.
So I did about the music, because music actually has been part of African culture for like a while. You go to any ceremonies like funerals, weddings, there's always music to it. So I created that piece. I posted about it. People loved it. It is a good sort. I think that was my expensive painting. So when I submitted to it, when I submitted to African No Filter, they actually loved it.
The Africa No Filter is an arts organization with branches in Ghana, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. And each year, the organization comes up with themed competitions on paintings aimed to empower visual artists in Africa with the aim of changing the narratives within and about the continent.
I'm excited in a way that people actually, now they're recognizing my work and my name is out there, and people, when they say it's T, people actually know me. That's exciting for business part. Also, it's scary in a way that now people expect more from me. I don't know how much they want from me and how much I can deliver to them. So now it's really, really scary. But I promise to do my best. Yeah, I hope it works out.
Mlinga's success comes 2 years after she went into arts, a new career she started after working as a social worker. She has been collaborating with several professional local artists, including the country's renowned pencil artist, Henry Buddha.
Yeah, she's a very good artist, Like the way she come up with the concepts, like the concepts are very nice, and how she mixes the paint, it's very nice as well. She knows how to mix the paint, how to put it out there.
Mlinga markets her work through several social media platforms, including Twitter, Facebook, and WhatsApp. But her success is not short of challenges, including the rise in prices of painting materials on the market.
Give me a pencil. And another challenge that I have is most people actually here in Malawi, they take art as a white people hobby. So if you post about it, just like, yeah, okay, it's nice. But for them to appreciate it and actually buy or actually keep it, it's really a struggle. I think right now they are coming into place, but then still we have a larger number of people that they shy away from getting involved in art.
But challenges aside, Mlenga is pushing hard to explore international markets.
As an artist, I need to be in the platforms whereas I can go outside the country. Yeah, there's a Mexico art show, like it's a wide art show. There is a Texas art show. I need to be in those spaces. That'll be like, that's my goal.
And now to New York City. For decades, Mashoud Creations has been a cultural force in the New York fashion scene, displaying unique designs that blend African heritage with contemporary styles. In celebration of Black History Month, Mashoud opened its doors to highlighting emerging Black creatives, designers, and entrepreneurs. VOA's Kali Abdu has more.
Fashion designer Moshood Afariogun, a Nigerian immigrant from Lagos, opened his first store in Fort Greene in 1994. Over the course of 27 years, the name Moshood has become synonymous with Brooklyn streetwear. At his latest store, an event curated by multidisciplinary artist Folu Ogunyeye is a tribute to Black creativity.
So right now we are at Moshood Official, which is a Nigerian designer he's sat over there. I don't know if you can see him from here, but he is a legendary designer whose designs have been worn by so many superstars. I can just list off some names. Stevie Wonder, Erykah Badu, Lawrence Fishburne. Like, we actually have them all along the walls of the store here. You can see the history of this place. And the whole point of this is because this is the final weekend of Black History Month, I wanted to organize a demonstration of what Black history really means.
Vendors from all over are presenting their products, from clothing and jewelry to handmade ceramics and art.
I have a clothesline called Triple G's, and that stands for God gets the glory. God gets the glory. It's more for men to feel the royalty, or women to feel when they put on the clothes, they feel like royalty, remind them back in our ancestor days, so we was being kings and queens.
Among the many talented artists featured at the event was Uzo Njoku, a Nigerian American whose colorful work was on display.
So she creates these beautiful prints like this that you can pray and put in your room. She also goes out of her way and puts all her beautiful paintings onto wearable tote bags, like little phone wallets like these. And I think just one of the more unique things that she does is really just, she'll take a piece of clothing or a handkerchief that you see in her art, and she actually makes it come true and an actual product that people can wear.
Eliza, an attendant at the event, appreciated Uzo Njoku's work.
So I started looking at her work online and just loved it. So I got the same bag, have gotten so many compliments on it, and knew that she'd also be doing a pop-up here, and wanted to come see the artists, local artists who were, and like designers who were showing.
Attendees had the opportunity to experience products from an alkaline chef and also a health and wellness resources center.
We are a resource center that allows people to now come in and not only learn the matters of health and wellness, but actually experience in the products and samples that's here for the community to heal.
I'm an alkaline vegan chef, so I educate about smoothies, liquid foods. If you see here, we have sea moss, a lot of liquid foods, soursop, Green Life Tonic. It's all about our liquid foods. Our liquid food is as important as our solid. So I educate about that as well. And also I sell sound vibration music. You know, when we talk about health, we talk about the mind, body, and spirit. From the sound to what we eat to what we do, our liberty. So this event alone is a wellness because we have everybody tapping into the abundance that surrounds us, and it's all about the abundance that's within us and all around us.
Kali Abdu, VOA News, Brooklyn, New York.
And now to sports news. On car-free days, Rwandan officials are converting roads in the capital Kigali into mini courts after introducing street tennis to the country.
On a road that might usually be bustling with traffic, Eric Muhowenimana is playing tennis. More specifically, street tennis, a game introduced in Rwanda last year. On car-free days, local authorities in the capital Kigali turn thoroughfares into mini courts.
At the beginning, it was very complicated to us because we didn't know much about rules of playing, but we caught up now, and now we're familiar with it.
The introduction of the sport was inspired by a partnership with the government of Barbados, following a visit to the East African country in November. Rwandan sports officials say the game is very affordable and can be played by anyone, provided they have the space. Smaller courts mean players need quick reflexes. Muhuenimana says it can get tiring, but that it's easy to ask a teammate to take over. Plus, he says, it's great fun.
Thank you so much for watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vongani. For more entertainment news, be sure to check us out at voaafrica.com. We are also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Also, don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone.
And welcome to Plus Event, your #1 diary show that brings the best and biggest event to your screen. I am Uime Elijah, and on today's show, we have 3 interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First is John Wick movie premiere, which took place at the Silverbird Galleria. Movie lovers and celebrities were there to experience the 4th installment. Plus TV Africa was there to cover the moment. It was a night of fashion, laughter, food, and of course action as people trooped out for the 4th installment of John Wick. And trust Plus TV Africa to bring you the glitz and glamour. John Wick is a movie that starts with Keanu Reeves as the title character alongside a supporting ensemble cast including Donnie Yen, Bill Skarsgård, and Lawrence Fishburne.
42 regular, wasn't it?
Yeah. And so it begins.
Movie lovers who came to witness the premiere had this to say.
A lot of people are asking what's going on in Hollywood. There's a lot of remakes and reboots. And we found out that COVID caused a problem. COVID hits, movies went to streaming platforms. So people had to stream movies. That took a chunk of the audience out of cinema theaters. And that was a big problem for ROI. Making money at the cinema became a big problem. So what do people do now? They go back to existing franchises that are really big, and they make a reboot or a prequel. And that's what's going on. So if you own a franchise now, you want to build a universe around it. So obviously that's what's happening with the John Wick franchise. The first one I liked, second one amazing, third one was superb, and it's a 4th one. Donnie Yen is in the 4th one. I don't see anything bad about it. And of course we all love Keanu Reeves. His career was a bit slow. The Matrix came and made him become an icon.
Important, especially for somebody like me. I love John Wick, so I'm excited to watch it. So yes, it is. 1, 2, 3 has been superb. So definitely 4, maybe a 5. Why not?
It's a franchise that people love. I personally love it. I've actually seen 1, 2, 3 severally, and obviously waiting for a sequel of 3, and then we have this. I'm totally looking forward to all the shooting, all the killing, all the.
I think the audience always wants to know what's going on and always see something develop from a storyline. And I think it was because it kind of makes you want to know what is the next chapter for John Wick.
I didn't think it was necessary for them to have done 3. But by the time when you see the ending of 3, there is no way they will not have done 4.
When a soup is sweet, you eat it over and over and over and over again. I think they've done well with the franchise from the John Wick 1, 2, 3. The 3 previous installment has been amazing. So I think we're all yearning for it, and that's why we're here. All of us turned up for John Wick 4 because it's one of the biggest things happening around right now. One of the biggest action films coming around in a while.
Amen.
Y'all feel the wrath of the killer. Many try, many die, if you wanna war. Get it bloody.
Now, the next event is on book presentation and autobiography of Professor Samuel Adebonojo, launched in Lagos.
The book presentation brought together family, friends, alma mater, and close associates of Professor Samuel Adetola Adebonojo, a cardiothoracic surgeon. Titled Precious Hearts in My Hands, the book speaks to the very essence and nature of what Professor Adebonojo lives for.
The message is, if you choose to be a doctor, no matter which doctor, one, you have to be persevering, you have to have the endurance, the strength to withstand, and you have to be sympathetic and have the influence of the patient at heart. It's not money. It's not money, it's the patient. I never did any private practice. I had very little money. Money was not my intention, but saving lives was my intention.
The 222-page book x-rays his journey through life, education, sojourn abroad, medical profession, and into the U.S. Army. Chief Akin Pukwola is a book reviewer. He aptly encapsulates the exploits of the author in the book.
In the book, I didn't know that Omoba do walk to school barefooted. This was really interesting to me. So Baba walked barefooted to school. He started at Borogu Primary School and on to Ijebode Grammar School and transferred to the CMS Grammar School where he completed his secondary school education.
Otumba Michael Balogun is the chairman of the occasion. With emotion-laden tone, Otumba Balogun told the story of how far he has come with the author.
Tola appreciates relationships. He will sacrifice anything to make you feel proud that you have someone related to you doing all these things. I have learned a lot from him. That is what I mean by his good-naturedness. Apart from that, God blesses his soul. He would sacrifice anything to make a cousin happy. He is a cousin I would like to have any time.
The occasion presented an avenue for outpouring of tributes to the author.
You say he's strict, I agree. But what do you expect? Somebody who's achieved so much, from self-discipline, from commitment to whatever he does. You can't expect a better standard from such a person. Because life is not a party. And because life is not a party, people don't only work hard to get to where they are, they also work hard to stay and go above where they are.
It's a reflection of the kind of upbringing we had in our time. And when this generation reads it, I'm sure they will learn something from it. And it will help improve the current generation and probably generation coming.
Life of the author of the book. It's an autobiography.
So you are hearing technically from the horse's mouth what he went through in life. And like I did say, he came to St. Mary's Grammar School. The school has values. We have our values, we have our traditions. Some of those values and traditions were the things that have helped Professor Adebonojo even up till now. Number one, is very, very sensitive with time and appointments.
The consensus is that the book Precious Hearts in My Hands is one that is bound to inspire and impact positively on evil generations unborn. Love Ikuku Uyidoku, Plus TV News.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events is on the work for mental health, which was themed The Mind Behind the Masks. Renowned psychiatrist and therapist Dr. Maimuna Yusuf Kadrik held her maiden mental health conference to educate women on these issues. The event had panel sessions with notable key industry leaders and mental health ambassadors. Around 8 in 10 women experience some form of mental health illness, including clinical depression, anxiety, drug abuse, and depression in their lifetime. To tackle this, renowned psychiatrist and therapist Dr. Maimuna Yusuf Kadrik has held her maiden mental health conference to educate women on these issues. The event themed The Mind Behind the Masks created a platform to educate the public on mental health issues and also review the recently passed mental health bill.
So we're having mental health conversations today. One of the most difficult as Africans to have, we have the stigma around mental health issues, and so they're the most difficult conversations you'd ever find people having. But we're making it normal here. We're sitting here today, people would share their experiences. We'll normalize the conversation. It has to become a normal thing, just as you're discussing your physical health issues. If you have a headache, you quickly say to someone, I have a headache. But if you're depressed, you will find it hard to express yourself about that issue. And it's something that you should be able to share so you can get help. We are, at this time, even during the elections, you see a lot of provocations flying around. We don't even understand the balance of respect anymore. So it's important that we have this kind of conversations. We know how to come in. We express, how important it is to be empathetic at this time towards any issue at all that anyone is having. So I am pleased to be here.
It's really a good initiative because you see the mindset, a lot goes in underneath it. You can see someone smiling and all of that. You don't know what that person is actually going inside. So I'm actually happy about this initiative to actually bring more awareness and enlightenment that people should please remember to be kind. You never can tell what someone else is dealing with because mental health is beyond the physical.
I think it's very important. I think Dr. May has done an incredible job making this happen. And I'm here to support her because I think that this is the kind of conversation we should be having. And we should be more open and honest about the reality of it.
Well, I'm really excited about this conference. Mental health is a burning issue right now. It's affecting all members of our population, especially our young people. And we have to collaborate as a nation, ensure that our teachers, our professionals, our HR managers, every spectrum of society has to understand mental health and recognize that it's a critical issue and address it urgently.
Truth be told, to share your vulnerability is often regarded as weakness. But here's the thing, to share your weakness is a sign of strength. So I think because we come from such a conservative society where, the patriarchy of it all is that you must be a man. You must not cry. You must not shed tears. You must not show emotions. You must be strong and steadfast. I mean, times are changing. Now is the time where all of us need to support each other in terms of, I'm speaking about gender here, gender-based. men, they say women supporting women. That's such a popular hashtag, a popular slogan. But you've not really heard of men supporting men. You know, in case you're wondering which gender I'm associated, I am a bros, I have blockers. Anyway, away from that, I am also in some sort of way therapist, guidance counselor, sounding board, lexicon to all of my friends. And it will shock you because everybody brings that appearance to me. I'm a problem solver. The thing is that people come into my life to take. At times I wonder, because I give so much, I wonder who am I really going to take from that will really give. It's very hard to find. Now, as men, let's cut out that narrative of we have to be emotionless. Mwah! Mama, how are you? Haven't seen her in a minute. We have to cut out the narrative of not showing emotions, of not breaking down, of not showing vulnerability and even strength. Because, you know, you might think that vulnerability sounds like weakness, but here's the deal. It is courage and truth. And it is strength embedded in all of that courage when you do express your vulnerability. So as all the men out there, I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with you when you break down. Because we all need to break. We're humans. We have to. As I said earlier, when things are falling out of place, they may actually be falling into place.
First of all, I want to say I love what is happening because mental health for a very long time has taken a backseat in the whole Nigerian space. At some point, even the Suicide Act, for instance, treats people who suffer from mental health issues as criminals. And I love that events like this is happening. Even though some has happened in the past, one of this particular grade and, magnitude should be celebrated. So yes, I am happy that the conversations about mental health is taking a front seat.
I think it's an innovation because when you look at the things going on, especially post-COVID, 1 billion in 8 billion people, in fact, 2 billion in 8 billion people have mental health disorders. So that, put plainly, 1 in 4 of us needs care. And so we need to elevate the discussion to the center. And that's what Dr. May and the Mental Health Conference have done. They've made it's no longer a fringe discussion. It's at the center of policy. And why is this important? When you look at economic capacity of a country, you're looking at its resourcing, its people, and it includes its vulnerable people. We must integrate people suffering or who have any form of mental illness in a productive way. We must integrate them in a productive way. And for us to do that, we must have these conversations. And it has a direct line to the GDP. Most times they're talking about follow the money. Mental health and following the money have a nexus. There's a joining line. And so it's important that as we think about growing our economy, growing taxes, developing people, building businesses, we must be thinking about the mental health of the people who are doing this business, the entrepreneurs, the families, and just all of us in general.
Yusuf Kadri said there is a need for experts to lend their voices towards creating a safe and harmonious community for women and people in general.
It's long time coming. This has been long time coming in the fact that, mental health is part of our health, but it has been relegated to the background. People ordinarily don't think that mental health is as important as their physical health. And yes, we have made some progress so far with people talking about their mental health, but the stigma and discrimination attached to mental health and people living with mental illness is still very high. And of course, in Nigeria, we are in election period. This is a big risk I had to take to say, look, after the election, let's come and get a place where we can exhale and just, have fun. But why the mental health conference today? January 5th, 2023, the president of our federation, President Muhammadu Buhari, gave us the most beautiful gift of all by passing the mental health law bill into law, which, after 65 years of using the Lunacy Act of 1958, we finally now have a mental health law. This means that Nigerians' mental health is officially a priority. And so
creating this mental health conference, which is our maiden edition, is to let Nigerians know about the benefits of that law, know what it all entails, and of course talk about pertinent things that are important to our well-being, family, our finances, relationship we have with people, and this is all what everybody should expect today in this mental health conference. And I'm really excited, that this is finally a reality.
It's true. It's not taking time to the surface. It's already done, and I know say if I hold up, I know what's safe place. But not the only way out of this place. Sometimes I wanna scream and shout. Ooh, I gotta let it out. Nothing for me to do. I get out of the shame away. I'm on the path to healing.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed this event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your event to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Remain blessed and stay safe.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
That you wanted to have a career session? When I was taken to Portobello Road Market in London when I was about 10 or 12 years old, and there was all these colourful characters everywhere dressing up, and I saw very quickly the reaction and the way that they made me feel, and I wanted to have a part of that. I think there's a level of escapism within the fashion industry, and it's a chance to put feathers on and dress up and escape maybe from your day-to-day life. Yeah.
For photography and beauty, Linda asked if I would do her makeup for this photo shoot. So, of course, I was beyond thrilled, and I said that I would do it. I mean, after all, I've done her makeup over the years, kind of on the side, learning my craft along the way, and I'm going to be honest with you. There were a lot of messy attempts at learning that perfect smoky eye. Trust me, terrible. But after Linda's shoot, Christian complimented me on my work, and he asked if I would be interested in working with him from time to time.
Before I, introduce her, she's such an amazing person, such a vibrant personality. She's one of us. She's the first West African woman to be a style editor at Elle magazine. Her style has been described as eccentric, classy, and fashionable. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Nikki Ogonaike. Nikki, welcome. Thank you.
What does style mean to me? Style is inspiration. It is, and style is a portrait of who you are as a person. So when you put on your clothing every day, you're telling the world something. And so here I'm telling the world with this outfit that I like colors and I like vibrancy, and I'm excited to be here.
So what am I telling the world about?
I think you're telling me the same thing.
Okay.
The yellow is nice. So, I think that fashion and style is just inspired by what you see in the world via Instagram, via Snapchat, and also through fashion magazines and websites. Yeah, okay. Come on up, Mr.
No, Wookie, you have to model for us.
Okay, she's modeling for us, and so I guess I'm gonna weigh in on my sister's outfit, which I love. Doesn't she look good? Can we get a round of applause for Lolo? Come on, come on. Thank you. So as a fashion expert, this is what I'm weighing in on. I think Lola looks amazing. She's figured out a way to use a traditional sort of silhouette, wear white, which is nice and airy, but she added her own sort of sense of style with this belt. And I love it. And I think she got these shoes in Nigeria when we were just here. So she's mixing, American fashion with Nigerian fashion. Okay, everybody.